Welcome to 1623 Studios' Voter's Guide to the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. I'm Corey Kukru alongside Heather Atwood. Gloucester is holding elections on Tuesday, November 4th for mayor, 4 at-large city councilor seats, 5 ward councilors, and the school committee, which has 6 members plus the mayor. And we will have live wire-to-wire coverage for you from City Hall's Kairos Auditorium starting at 7 p.m. with exclusive interviews, instant results after the polls close at 8 p.m., and real-time reaction from city officials.
To help you prepare to vote, our guide has all the essential information you need. We'll explain each of the officials' roles and respective duties. We will introduce you to each of the candidates and discuss the biggest issues in this year's election. We will tell you where to vote, how to vote, and what happens after you cast your ballot. Let's begin with 1623 Studios' policy regarding municipal elections.
Our objective is to provide the public with as much information as possible on the elections while following our core principles. Transparency. We provide live broadcast coverage of the candidate forums unless scheduling conflicts or technological constraints such as poor internet access interfere. 1623 Studios also invites every candidate to record a public statement up to 4 minutes long.
Accessibility. All recorded forums and statements air on Channel 6. They are also posted to our website, 1623studios.org, as well as 1623 Studios' YouTube channel. This enables us to keep the greatest possible portion of the community engaged and informed.
Neutrality. 1623 Studios does not and will never endorse a specific candidate, party, or ballot measure. Our content is factual and does not include editorial opinions. We present events in their entirety, without video or audio edits that could misrepresent facts.
As Cape Ann's public access station, your feedback is vital to our operation. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please contact us at info@1623studios.org.
Now, a deeper look into Gloucester's population, according to the most recent data from the U.S. Census Bureau and Census Reporter. As of 2024, Gloucester's population was 30,491, with 24,153 registered voters. There are 2,862 students in Gloucester Public Schools from pre-K to grade 12. There are 1,454 veterans in Gloucester, including 39 women. The employment rate is 59.8%. 9.9% of Gloucester's population reported disability, and 2.2% of the population are without health care coverage.
The total number of households is 13,180. There are 14,630 housing units in Gloucester. The median household income here is $87,898. The median value of an owner-occupied home is $587,800. The median gross rent in Gloucester is $1,395 per month. Gloucester has a 10.6% poverty rate, with almost 20% of that under the age of 18.
At the time of this recording, Election Day is 1 week away. Here is what has already transpired this election season. The preliminary election was held on September 16th to decide the top 2 candidates for mayor. 3 candidates ran, with the top 2 vote-getters advancing to November's election: incumbent Mayor Greg Verga, former City Council President Paul Lundberg, and incumbent Councilor at-large Jeff Worthley. Turnout was just under 22% of registered voters. Paul Lundberg topped the ticket, receiving 2,384 votes, or 46% of the vote. Incumbent Greg Verga received 1,605 votes, or 31%, and Jeff Worthley received 1,124 votes, or 22%. Because of this, Greg Verga and Paul Lundberg advanced to the general election.
The stage is now set for Election Day on November 4th. 2 candidates are running for mayor. 6 candidates are running for 4 at-large councilor seats. 10 candidates are running for 6 school committee seats. And 8 candidates are running for ward councilor, with 2 candidates running unopposed, Frank Margiotta in Ward 4 and Sean Nolan in Ward 5. According to the city charter, all candidates serve 2-year terms. The charter will not be revisited until 2030.
Let's learn about the duties performed by mayor, at-large councilor, city councilor, and school committee, then introduce you to this year's candidates. We'll share with you their career outlines sourced from their websites, literature, and the Gloucester Times. To learn more about the candidates, you can watch their recorded statements on Channel 6 or 1623 Studios' YouTube channel.
What does the mayor do? The mayor is the executive branch of city government. According to the city charter, the term begins on the first secular day of January following the election. Key mayoral responsibilities are to make appointments to city offices, including department heads and boards, police chief and fire chief, but they must all be confirmed by the city council. The mayor acts as a seventh member of the school committee and the coordinator for the school committee with other city departments. The mayor creates a budget and presents it to the city council for approval.
But mayors have help. As the charter states, the mayor shall within 60 days appoint a chief financial officer who is professionally qualified as a municipal administrator by virtue of training, education, or experience. That person may prepare and administer the annual budget and manage capital outlay programs. Basically, the CFO can do anything at the mayor's direction except appoint and terminate city officers or veto city council decisions. Mayor Greg Verga's chief financial officer is Connor McCorkle.
Who is running for mayor? The incumbent is Greg Verga, first elected mayor in 2021. Verga is running for his third term. The challenger is Paul Lundberg, a former city councilor and city council president. Both candidates grew up in Gloucester and were educated in Gloucester Public Schools. This is the order they appear on the ballot.
First on the ballot is the incumbent Greg Verga. Here are some points that mark his 2 terms as mayor. Verga is running for a 3rd term and has worked as a licensed real estate agent since 2005. He served 8 years on school committee, 6 as Ward 5 councilor, and was a councilor at large from 2014 to 2016. He negotiated a $5 million payment from the state toward renovating the police station and district court and completed that project. In his first term, he signed an agreement with the state and federal environmental officials to upgrade the sewer treatment plant, an unresolved issue since 2001. He earmarked $10 million of ARPA funds towards a $23 million cost of this project.
In his first term, Verga hired a full-time climate sustainability coordinator and later enacted a climate action resilience plan. He supplemented paving and pothole budgets and designated $3 million in ARPA funds for road repairs. Aiming at reducing traffic and increasing revenues, Verga enacted a reservation program for beach access. He supported funding and finalizing the relocation of the Vietnam Memorial to a more prominent site at Stage Fort Park. And he made parking in the city free for veterans.
With his support, City Council approved a $29 million appropriation for the Sawyer Free Library renovation, allowing the city to receive funding and permitted financing for the project. He coordinated the development of the Gloucester Municipal Harbor Plan, a strategic document aimed at preserving and responsibly expanding the economy associated with waterfront. He strengthened the relationship between the Affordable Housing Trust and the Community Preservation Committee to facilitate more inclusive housing. He directed $1.5 million from ARPA as well as tax receipts from short-term rental fees to the trust to deliver a continual funding resource.
Verga supported restoration of Tablet Rock in Stage Fort Park. He made the city-owned art inventory publicly accessible by launching a comprehensive online art gallery in partnership with the Gloucester Committee for the Arts. He instituted a 5-year budget projection policy for fiscal planning. The city has maintained its AA bond rating through his 2 terms.
The challenger for mayor is Paul Lundberg. After graduating from Northwestern University, Lundberg started a lifelong career in transportation as a train conductor on the Chicago and Northwestern Railway. That led to a 40-year management career in trains and ships, serving as Vice President of Labor Relations and Senior Vice President of Operations at CN&W, Maersk Sealand, and the Central Maine and Quebec Railway. He ultimately served as General Manager of Boston's commuter rail in the early 2000s.
In Gloucester, Lundberg has already served 3 terms on the City Council with 1 term as president. He served 6 years on the Gloucester Planning Board with 2 years as its chair. Lundberg has served 10 years as a trustee of Addison Gilbert and Beverly Hospitals, chairing the Quality and Patient Experience Committee. And Lundberg has served on the boards of the Sawyer Free Library and Wellspring House. In his time on the council, Lundberg was directly involved in the effort to build the new East Gloucester Elementary School and worked personally among the City Council, School Committee, and the Massachusetts School Building Authority towards that goal. More recently, Lundberg helped formulate the city's housing production plan, stressing the need for proactive planning to ensure residents can continue to afford to live in Gloucester. The plan emphasized goals such as revising zoning ordinances, identifying sites for new housing, leveraging funding sources like the Community Preservation Act, and minimizing displacement of lower-income households.
Now let's take a close look at Gloucester City Council. The council is a legislative branch of city government. There are 9 members, 5 ward councilors elected by their wards, and 4 at-large councilors elected citywide. Councilors are responsible for enacting city laws. They meet on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays of each month at 7 p.m. in City Hall. The council also confirms the mayor's appointments.
And it approves the mayor's proposed annual budget. The council has 3 standing committees: Budget and Finance, Ordinances and Administration, Planning and Development. Each is comprised of 3 councilors. They hold regular public meetings to consider the matters referred to them by the council.
Let's meet the 6 candidates running for the 4 at-large seats. Keep in mind that voters can choose up to 4 candidates. Here they are in ballot order. Barnaby Prendergast. Prendergast has lived in Gloucester since 2006, not including a short time in Florida. He's a volunteer with Housing for All Gloucester, described on their website as an all-volunteer organization focused on solutions to increase fair, affordable, and environmentally sustainable housing. He is a member of the Gloucester Clean City Commission. His work experience includes information technology, computer forensics, data processing, carpentry, and working as a sternman on a lobster boat.
Next on the ballot is Hannah Kimberly. Kimberly is president of the League of Women Voters Cape Ann. She serves as vice president of the Gloucester Human Rights Commission. She is a co-founder of Women's Equality Cape Ann and a member of Housing for All Gloucester. She currently teaches in the Salem Public Schools.
Jason Groh. Groh is running for a 3rd consecutive term. He's currently the chair of the Planning and Development Standing Committee. He also served as the Ward 1 councilor for 2 terms. He's focused on affordable housing for working and middle-class families, seniors, and young people, as well as managing impacts from climate change, upgrading infrastructure, and supporting strong local schools. And he's worked for 30 years as a magazine and corporate photographer/photojournalist.
Tony Gross is seeking a 3rd term as councilor at large. He serves as council president and is vice chair of the Budget and Finance Standing Committee. Gross served 13 years on the Gloucester School Committee, including 6 years as chair of their Building and Finance Subcommittee. He is a member of the Municipal Harbor Plan Committee and has served 12 years on the Waterways Board, with 7 as its chair. Gross chaired the On-Site Wastewater Treatment Citizens Advisory Committee and has a certificate in wastewater management.
Sean McQueenie. McQueenie is 39 years old and considers himself a liaison to younger voters. He moved to Gloucester 11 years ago and works in the city as a high-volume restaurant manager. He says, and I quote, "What I lack in experience, I'll make up for with dedication and energy." He volunteers regularly at the Grace Center, and he is trained to be a volunteer firefighter and first responder.
Next on the ballot is Patty Ann Page. Page worked at NOAA for 32 years as a fisheries regulatory compliance specialist. Today she serves as liaison for Mortallaro Lobster in Gloucester. She serves on the board of the Gloucester Fishermen's Wives Association. Page has worked with the city economic program, Gloucester Fresh, which promotes local seafood. She served on the Waterways Board and the Ad Hoc Committee in Pesticide Reduction for the Fisheries Commission. Page received the United Universalist Church Social Justice Citizenship Award in 2016.
Now let's meet the candidates running for ward councilor. Note, Each ward gets its own ballot featuring the candidates for that ward only. Wards are determined by population between major roads and waterways. There are approximately 6,000 people per ward in Gloucester. First in ballot order for Ward 1 is Scott Memhard. He was elected Ward 1 City Councilor in 2015 and has served 5 consecutive terms. He chairs the Budget and Finance Committee. He has been the president of Cape Pond Ice for more than 40 years. He was a director and board president of Sawyer Free Library, the Gloucester UU Church, and the Greater Cape Ann Chamber of Commerce. He has served on the boards of Maritime Gloucester, the Cape Ann Commercial Fishermen's Loan Fund, the Phyllis A. Marine Association, and the Gloucester Fisheries Commission.
Tracy O'Neill is also running to be Ward 1 councillor. She was elected to represent Ward 2 in 2021. State redistricting made her ineligible to run in Ward 2 in 2023, so she ran for mayor, but lost in a preliminary race. She then pitched an unsuccessful write-in campaign for councillor at large. A staunch opponent to zoning changes in Gloucester's downtown, O'Neill opposed both the City Council's efforts to zone for more multifamily homes and the state law requiring it. She is now a resident of Ward 1 because of redistricting and running for Ward 1 councillor.
The first Ward 2 candidate is Donald Jedis. He's a local chiropractor who has lived in Ward 2 for more than 40 years. He has also served in the military. He ran unsuccessfully for Ward 2 councillor in 2023. On the Grace Center, he has said, and I quote, "That is not the location for recovery downtown unless you want to turn downtown into recovery. Then I support it at that location. I'm not against helping people. I'm talking about the location." He also says, "I have declared my candidacy to defend those whose interests are routinely overlooked by the current system."
Dylan Benson is currently the Ward 2 councillor. He was elected to represent Ward 2 in 2023. He is a lifetime Ward 2 resident. Benson now sits on the Planning and Development Standing Committee. He earned a bachelor's degree from Salem State College, a master's from Anna Maria College, and a master's certificate from Northeastern University. Benson works in the City of Beverly's legal department.
In the Ward 3 race, the first on the ballot is Joseph Orlando. Orlando ran unsuccessfully against current Ward 3 councillor Marjorie Grace in 2023. He served as a Ward 3 councillor and a councillor at large in the 1980s. He told the Gloucester Times during the 2023 election, quote, "I'm running because I've been in the community all of my life. I feel I can do something for the ward."
Marjorie Grace currently serves as Ward 3 councillor. She was first elected to represent Ward 3 in 2023. There are 3 ways to get into Gloucester, Grace says. 4 if you count the ocean, and all 3 come through Ward 3. Every decision made in this city affects Ward 3. That's Grace talking. Grace works as a surgical technologist at Leahy Medical Center in Peabody. She says the 3 most important issues to her constituents are lack of affordable housing, overdevelopment, and parking.
Current Ward 4 councillor Frank Margiotta is running unopposed. He was elected as a write-in candidate in 2021 to represent Ward 3, but moved to Ward 4 and was subsequently elected to represent that ward in 2023. He graduated from Johnson & Wales University with a Bachelor of Arts in Business Management, and he works as the Farmers Truck Coordinator for the Open Door.
Current Ward 5 councillor Sean Nolan is also running unopposed. Nolan was first elected to City Council in 2015, and he is running for his 6th consecutive term. He is Vice President of the City Council and Chair of the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee. His background includes participation in the Magnolia Lions, board member of the Magnolia Library. He is a member of the Freemasons, and he is involved with Shriners Hospital. Nolan is the owner of Extreme Truck and Auto in Gloucester.
We now turn to the race for school committee. There are 10 people running for the 6 open school committee seats. Keep in mind that the mayor is also the 7th member of the school committee. First things first, what does the school committee do? It exercises control and management over the public schools. It appoints a superintendent, physicians and nurses, the special education director, and a business administrator. The next school committee will search and hire a new school superintendent. The school committee also furnishes all school buildings with proper fixtures, including equipment for school grounds.
The school committee submits their annual proposed budget to the mayor to include in the city budget, which must be approved by the city council. The mayor also serves on the committee with full power to vote, making 7 members. And here's a note. Gloucester Public School teachers and paraprofessionals went on strike in November 2024. It lasted for 15 days with 10 days of school closure. The results meant significant raises for teachers and paraprofessionals. Both groups gained 7 weeks of fully paid parental leave. These contract amendments reflected 0 staff losses in the school budget.
Let's meet the candidates running for school committee in the order that they appear on the ballot. All current members of the school committee are running for re-election, and there are 4 newcomers. First, Kathleen Clancy. She is the chair of the school committee, running for a 9th term. She has been the chair of the Building and Finance Subcommittee, and she has chaired the Programs Committee. She was a member of the East Veterans and West Parish School Building Committees, and she has a degree in accounting and an MBA in finance with over 20 years of experience.
Laura Wiesen is next on the ballot. Wiesen is running for her 4th term. She chairs the Programs Subcommittee. She has worked in the updated attendance policy and the updated policy on electronic devices in schools. Wiesen previously worked in television news as a producer. Her 2 children attend Gloucester Public Schools.
Jeremy McKean. McKean is seeking a 2nd term. He has taught high school English in Lynn since 2001 and is a member of the Lynn Teachers Union. He has worked with the AFL-CIO as a futures representative. He's part of the Gloucester Democratic City Committee, first as social media outreach and then as the Ward 1 chair. He has 3 children attending Gloucester schools.
Nasruddin Taber is next. Taber is an IT professional at Ligand Pharmaceuticals. He is a New Hampshire native but lives now in Gloucester. His partner is a kindergarten teacher in the Gloucester Public Schools. Taber cites his time in the New Hampshire National Guard, specifically the Military Funerals Honor Team, where they paid final tribute to veterans across the region, for educating him on the power of showing up for families at their most vulnerable time.
William Melvin Jr. Melvin is running for a 3rd term and is the current vice chair. He sits on the Building and Finance Committee as well as the Programs Committee. He led negotiations for the district during last year's teachers' strike, which resulted in a ratified contract. His 3 children graduated from Gloucester Public School System, and he was also president of the Gloucester Little League for 8 years.
Andrea Liakis. Liakis is PTO president at O'Malley Innovation Middle School. She has taught chorus and drama for 18 years at North Andover Middle School. She has a BA in musical education and musical theater, a master's degree in education, and a certificate of advanced graduate studies in educational leadership. Liakis has 2 children in the Gloucester Public Schools.
Melissa Texera Prince. She has served on the school committee for 9 terms and was a member of the Essex Tech School Committee for 9 years. She's a chairperson to the Building and Finance Subcommittee, and she has worked at Gloucester District Court for 32 years, assisting with matters of domestic violence, mental health, substance use, and criminal and civil matters.
Keith Mineo. Mineo was first elected in 2023. He is seeking his 2nd term on the school committee. He was raised in Magnolia, moved to California for a brief time, and returned to raise his 2 children in the Gloucester Public Schools. Mineo was a concessions manager for a coffee house in Berkeley, California, and served as a teacher assistant and school purchaser for his child's cooperative preschool. Mineo has worked as a lobsterman on his father's boat, as a sales associate at Cape Ann Lobsterman, and as an insurance agent.
Heather Daigle. Daigle is a real estate agent on the North Shore and a lifelong resident of Gloucester. She's the former vice president of Discover Gloucester. She's a member of the Affordable Housing Trust, which is created to support the creation, preservation, and maintenance of affordable housing in Gloucester. She works with her uncle and cousins for the family business, 7 Seas Whale Watch.
Brianna Hodgkins. Hodgkins describes herself as an island native. She has experience in childcare, early education, substitute teaching, and volunteering. Hodgkins holds bachelor's and master's degrees in finance and business. She currently works in marketing. She has 3 children, 2 of which are in the Gloucester Public Schools today.
Here are some key information and deadlines regarding this year's election. There is no early voting. On November 4th, the polls open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. The deadline for absentee in-person voting is November 3rd at noon. If you're interested in being a poll worker, visit the city clerk's office during business hours or email elections@gloucester-ma.gov. Poll workers are paid $170 to $225 a day, depending on the position. The city also offers volunteer opportunities. For more information about the elections, go to gloucester-ma.gov/337/elections.
And now we will let you know where to do your in-person voting on November 4th. Ward 1, Precincts 1 and 2 will vote at East Veterans Elementary School, 11 Webster Street. Ward 2, Precincts 1 and 2 will vote at Our Ladies Youth Center, 140 Prospect Street.
All Ward 3 residents, that's Precincts 1 and 2, go to the Gloucester High School Fieldhouse at 32 Leslie O. Johnson Road. In Ward 4, Precinct 1, residents must go to Beeman Memorial School at 138 Cherry Street. And Precinct 2 residents must go to Plum Cove School at 15 Hickory Street.
Ward 5, Precinct 1 votes at the Magnolia Library Center, 1 Lexington Avenue. Ward 5, Precinct 2 votes at West Parish Elementary School, 10 Concord Street.
That does it for the 1623 Studios Voter's Guide to the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. Again, our election night coverage begins Tuesday, November 4th at 7 p.m. from Kairou's Auditorium at City Hall. Our guests will be Ethan Foreman from the Gloucester Times and outgoing councilors at large Val Gilman and Jeff Worthley. When the polls close at 8 p.m., we'll have immediate results and reactions. In the meantime, you can watch all the candidate statements and forms on Comcast Channel 6, as well as 1623 Studios social media outlets. We leave you now with 2 brief but important interviews that Heather and I just conducted. One with Gloucester City Clerk Grace Poirier about the voting and voting results process, and another with Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times on this election season. From all of us at 1623 Studios, we'll see you live on November 4th for full coverage of the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. All right, Grace Poirier, she is the city clerk for the city of Gloucester, is joining us now to talk all things election. Well, we want to get the procedure from A to Z, Grace. I hope you're ready for that. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It's great to see you again. So I guess right off the top, though, how are you doing this election season? Because there was a special election earlier this year, the preliminary election, sort of a lot for you to suss through.
Yes, I'm doing well. I have a really good team that I work with in the city clerk's office. Marie has been the assistant registrar / election specialist for like 15 years, so she does a lot of prep work with me, and really grateful to have her expertise as well as the other staff, the assistant city clerk, Danielle, and AJ Lines and Karen. We really do work together well and get the job done.
So, Grace, how does the city set up an election like this?
The election gets set up. The actual physical setup of the election gets done like usually the Monday prior to the election. The DPW goes out and sets up the polling places, which are in schools. We have one at the Magnolia Library Center, and one is also at the Youth Center at Our Lady of the Gorge Church.
Mm-hmm. So the DPW, they're like the stars on Monday, right? They're getting the card tables, the long tables set up.
The tables that are set up, the booths that are set up, it will have been them. We have the clerk's office. I have a plan set up on where things are supposed to go, but they get all of that set up, make sure the lighting is fine. They bring out the handicapped accessible booths, get those set up as well. So that on election morning, we can go in with our tabulators, get that set up, and we're ready to go.
So the tabulators are voting machines, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So how, who checks the voting machine? How do we know everything's operating okay?
Are they just stored at City Hall, or do they just come in for elections?
The tabulators are securely stored at City Hall. They are publicly tested. Mass General Law requires that we test those with the actual memory devices that go inside of them before each election. That's open to the public. People are welcome to come and watch the process. We have local political committees that will participate in that as well. And we have what are called test decks, where we mark up ballots and we run them through the tabulators to make sure that they're read correctly. They're producing the results that they're supposed to produce.
Gotcha. And what about the ballots? So you're courteous enough to send us specimen ballots when they're prepared, and is that done through the state?
It depends on the election.
Okay.
So for a local election, the specimen ballots are based on the actual ballots that are resulting from the nomination papers. And those get printed by a vendor and sent to us. They coordinate, the printing vendor coordinates with our election tabulator vendor to make sure that they're compatible with the machine that we use. And then we get the ballots.
Gotcha.
So let's move on to poll workers. Where do you find poll workers, and what are there any requirements to be a poll worker?
Yeah, well, there's active and passive recruitment. Passive recruitment would be hearing about someone that's interested in being an election worker, and we reach out to them, or if we know of someone who would be a good poll worker. People who work at the polls will sometimes tell their friends about it, and it just kind of build a team that way. But we are also required by general law to reach out to the local political committees in the spring of every year. And they can provide us with a list of registered Republicans and registered Democrats. Those are received by the clerk's office. The Board of Registrars reviews them, and if everything is fine, then they get submitted to the City Council for appointment.
Interesting.
And do you need to have parties equally represented, Democrat,
If at all
Republican?
possible.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And poll workers?
Well, at least equal representation in the leadership positions
Okay.
at the polls, so the warden, clerk, and constable. But there is supposed to be that balance there.
So do you have all the poll workers you need for the November 4th? Or are you still looking? You do? Okay.
We do, but we just always put the call out to people that, we can always use reserves
Right.
because life happens.
And then what exactly are their duties that day?
Depends on the position. So the people, when you walk into the polls and you're greeted, those are the inspectors, and they're there to check you in and provide you with a ballot. There's the warden, who is pretty much the chief executive officer of the polling place. They're making sure that everything is being run in accordance with the law. And
Direct you to the correct precinct you're supposed to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they work closely with the city clerk's office on election day. And then there's the clerk that assists the warden. There's a lot of paperwork involved in that position. And then there's the constable who stands by the ballot box.
Do you have poll workers who have done it for many years and are very proud of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have. I don't know how far back they go, but we have some poll workers that go way, way back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Grace, what we're trying to get to is just how hard this is to coordinate, or maybe it's old hat to you at this point too, because you've done this a while. But just to get back to the ballot real quickly, the order for the ballot, how is that determined for the races?
The ballot order, the city charter requires that there be a ballot drawing. So once the nomination papers come in and they're certified, and we have determined that there's either a preliminary election or a general election like we're having on next Tuesday, all of those names go into a hat or a basket or whatever we have that's creative at the time, and they get pulled out and for each office, and then that determines the order.
Yeah, are the candidates present for that, or someone
They can
representing?
be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know as a poll worker, this is always a little confusing. So give us the answer. What does a voter need to present when they show up to vote?
A voter, in most cases, will not have to present anything other than themselves in order to vote,
nothing.
according to Mass General Law. But there are some circumstances where they are required to show an ID. If they're inactive, which is common when someone has not answered the annual census form, certain circumstances will require that they show an ID the first time they vote. Or if they're going to be voting provisionally, they would be required to show an ID. So while in most cases it's not going to be required, it's good to come prepared. So have either a photo ID or a current bill or something that has your an official document.
Yeah, and if there is an issue, it's not something that can be fixed on the spot, right? I mean, there are deadlines in order to register, like if you haven't filled out census information or there's an address change.
So what's going to happen when someone is inactive at the polls, they're going to be directed over to the clerk's table where they're going to fill out what's called an affirmation of current and continuous residence. They do present their ID for that, just to show what address they are actually currently residing at. They fill that out, and then they get sent back to the check-in table.
So they fill that out, and then they vote?
Yes.
Yeah, right. And what does provisionally mean, voting provisionally mean?
Provisional ballots are offered to people who maybe they are not showing up on the voter list. They moved from another town and their voter registration didn't come through. It's an opportunity for pretty much anyone to be able to vote, but those ballots are not tabulated on election night. They're sealed inside special envelopes. There's an affidavit on the outside that the voter will fill out, and then those come back to City Hall, and we have to investigate why was this person a provisional voter. So let's say they went to the Registry of Motor Vehicles and they registered to vote there, but due to some glitch in the system, the voter registration didn't come through, but they actually did everything correctly. In that case, the state would say it was a system glitch, they were registered, you can count their provisional ballot. But if you have someone that, say, lives in Rockport and just wanders into a polling place in Gloucester and they're not registered here, we don't turn anyone away, but they're not registered to vote. So
Right.
Okay, so what safeguards are put in place? Like, what could possibly go wrong on election day from the city standpoint at a polling precinct? A machine goes down, for example, or has anything come like that, or what sort of precautions do you take?
Jams, paper jams.
Yeah, that would be annoying if
Yeah.
that happened. I always look at it, though, the absolute worst case scenario that could happen at the polls on election day is that a tabulator just totally fries, or they all fry, which isn't going to happen.
yeah.
But the worst case scenario, we go back to the old school way of doing things, which is we hand count the ballots at the end of the night. So as much as I do not want anything to happen to the tabulators, because hand counting can be a headache when you have a lot of ballots to hand count, the actual tabulator itself is not what is validating those election results. We use paper ballots, which is great because in the case
You've
of
got a hard copy.
bad situation, we can pull them out at the end of the night and hand count them if we have to.
So walk us through the actual voting process. When someone has their ballot, they make their selection, they put it in the tabulator, and then the polls close 8 p.m. What then happens from your vote being cast to counted and posted at the precinct to delivered to City Hall?
There are a couple things happening at the same time. So at 8 o'clock, when the polls are declared closed, staff from the city clerk's office will go to pick up the tabulators and the little drives that are inside of them that contain the results. Those are brought back to City Hall, and they are plugged into election reporting software, and those become the unofficial results. Meanwhile, back at the polling place, the ballots are being packed up in the actual ballot box. There's the ballots that are tabulated that actually went through just fine, and then sometimes there'll be a ballot, maybe an absentee or a vote by mail ballot that maybe someone spilled coffee on it or something at home, and the machine isn't going to read that, but it's a valid ballot. So something like that would get put into the hand count compartment of the.
How about write-ins? Do you have to deal with write-ins?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. So the hand counted ballots are going to be hand counted. And then that whole pool of ballots that are in the ballot box are going to be scanned for write-ins.
Okay.
And those write-ins get tallied, as do the hand counts, and then they all get packed up and sealed and brought back to City Hall.
So, and you have the little chip in the tabulator that is saying, that's reporting what the count is.
Yes. So on election night, you're going to be seeing unofficial election results. Any hand counts, any provisional ballots, overseas ballots, those get added to the unofficial results. And then we have to wait until the deadline to file a recount petition passes. So when that expires, if there is not a recount, then those results become official. In the event of a recount, whatever ward or the entire city, if that happened, was recounted, then the results of that recount are entered into the official election results and become the official results.
Is there a time? Is it like 10 days after the
is
election?
10 days.
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
So that unofficial tally goes to City Hall, but that is not official because you haven't included all the write-ins and the hand-counted ballots.
Correct.
Right. So
And
on
again,
election
waiting
night.
for the deadline for the recount. So
Yeah.
Okay.
the
And
11th day after that is a weekend, but the deadline to file a recount petition is 10 days after, so it's the following Friday after the election is the deadline. And then,
okay.
Right.
So Grace, what would be where obviously if the tabulation is done and it's a tie, then you know there's going to be a recount. Otherwise, is it a candidate requesting a recount, or would the city step in like, well, this is pretty tight?
No, a candidate has to
Okay.
request the recount, and then they have to get at least 10 signatures from voters in the ward that's being recounted.
Oh, all right.
So they have to file a petition for a recount.
So you told us when the results become official, which is 10 days after Election Day. And what is the best and fastest way for the public to learn what the results are?
On the website, if you go to
The city website.
The city website.
Okay. And
Go
how
to the
quickly?
elections page. We'll have the official results posted. So the deadline to file a recount petition is on a Friday. So you're looking at probably seeing the official results, if there's no recount, the official results getting posted on Monday.
Okay. And how about election night? What the unofficial results on election night?
We're
Where's-
hoping to have the live election results like we did for the preliminary and the previous general election for in 2023, where there's going to be that spreadsheet that's in the auditorium and also on the city website. So you'll be seeing those numbers getting plugged in live.
Yeah, and we can probably further explain because 1623 Studios is working closely with City Hall so that when those votes are counted and finalized for the unofficial results, we're sort of synced up with this spreadsheet and can somehow transmogrify that into a graphic depicting the winners and the percentage points and maybe even the total vote numbers.
Can someone just tell us?
We're trying. So it's harder than, if you look at election coverage for national news or something like that, you'll notice there's closing credits with 5,000 names and we have 5 names.
Yeah.
But that's what we're trying to do. So as soon as those results are in, which is usually around 20 odd minutes or so after the polls close, would you say?
Yeah, usually by 8:30.
By 8:30, yeah.
They should be, but you never know. It could be a little slower.
Well, is there anything, Grace, that you feel like the public
Yeah.
should know about this process that maybe they don't know?
Well, something that I would like the public to be aware of going to the polls on election day is the prohibition from campaigning within 150 feet of a polling place. So someone coming in with a t-shirt, a hat, a sign, a button, anything that is displaying a candidate or, depending on the election, a question that's on the ballot is prohibited.
Even a voter cannot wear a hat that is endorsing their candidate.
Correct.
Okay.
And you also cannot collect any signatures on petitions or nomination papers within 150 feet of a polling place. However, you can wear what would be considered campaign material for a previous election as long as that person's or question is not appearing on this ballot. So someone could come in with, a t-shirt or a hat from 2024. That candidate or that question is not on this ballot, so they are not in violation of electioneering or campaigning.
I never knew that. Fascinating.
I know, right? So
Well, because I'm thinking of all the polling places where you see people, you notice like at the East Veterans School, they're sort of down at the corner of Eastern Ave, and Webster Street.
the people
or
with the
Magnolia
signs.
Library, they're sort of across the street and down the way. It's like, oh, that's why.
That's because it's 150 feet away.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
actual voters, I think it's interesting that, and I learned that as a poll worker in Rockport, that you can't enter the polling place with a t-shirt or a hat or something that endorses somebody.
Awesome.
It is a mass general law.
Yeah.
So it's not just poll workers being picky or not
Right.
liking what you're wearing. It's a requirement by statute.
Right.
Well,
Good. That's good information.
that
for
is good
people.
information, yeah. So, Grace, well, thank you so much for spending time with us. Good luck next week.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure we'll be talking to you often between now and when the results come in anyway, because we really appreciate your cooperation with 1623 Studios and what we're trying to do with the broadcast. We're trying to make it mimic real life television the best we can
like that.
with limited resources. But you've been awesome for us to work with, so we really appreciate your time. Good luck with how the next week goes, and we'll see you on November 4th.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Heather and I wanted to bring in Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times to talk all things this election campaign season, just trying to get a lay of the land, Ethan. Now, we know there's a lot on your plate this time of year, so we really appreciate you coming to the studio to spend some time with us.
Yeah, there's like 402 years I got to catch up on.
That's right. We also want to note out that you will be joining us for our live coverage on November 4th, right around 7 p.m. too, when you're really up against the deadline.
looking forward to it.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks again. So, all right, I guess right off the top, you just want to kind of give us, like, how have the last few months been for you personally covering this? Like,
Oh, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
You know, it's like PTSD.
yeah.
Because there's just a lot of information that's just coming at me. I mean, right now my head is like swimming. I got a bunch of candidate profiles to do.
Yeah.
I had to do that for the preliminary, and then it's gonna have to do it all over again for the general, for the municipal election. But I guess that's what we live for as reporters, and politics makes a big difference on a local level.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that Paul Lundberg had said in the listening session that I attended over the weekend.
Let's talk about that. You were at the listening sessions. I wasn't. Were you there?
I was not there.
Yeah, we weren't there. Tell us what happened at, so it was the two mayors, one at a time, speaking in Lanesville, is that right?
Yeah, so the mayoral candidates went to the Lanesville Community Center. It was hosted by former city councilor Valerie Nelson. And so the format was go around the room and then have the candidates talk about what's going on. So it was very informative. The attendance at the Lanesville Community Center was about 20 people, many of them Lundberg supporters. And it was Sunday afternoon. I had to leave the Patriots game, so there was not as many people. And the mayor held court for 2 hours talking about everything from I-4C2 lots to affordable housing in the schools. And it was actually very informative. And as a reporter, local reporter, it's very frustrating. How much can I get out to the public? But I think these were good conversations, and I'm working on a story for that about that.
So it was Lundberg and then
Lundberg was on
consecutively.
Thursday night. No, Friday night. I'm getting my days confused.
Yeah.
Friday night.
Same audience?
No, different audience.
Okay, all right.
So it's whoever wanted to come, and
Okay.
it was really well done because it wasn't just question answer. It was like questions and then a conversation,
Yeah,
and then more questions. So it was really long.
yeah.
But
So just given that scenario, could you describe a couple of differences between the two candidates?
yeah, I can actually. So the law is called I-4C2. The city's owned it for over a decade. It's been an eyesore. It was supposed to be a hotel. There's been different ownership. So now the city owns it. It's actually two parcels: the waterfront parcel, sort of the upland parcel. What are you going to do about it? So right now, it's parking for the lobstermen and parking, lobster trap storage. It's not really fulfilling its highest and best use, and the city needs a waiver to actually have it as a parking lot from the
They don't have the
from
waiver?
the state. It's not. They do. They need it.
Oh,
It's in other words, it's not supposed to be a parking lot. So what do you do with it? So for Lundberg, when he was talking about it, his preference is to keep it open.
open space?
There's a marina there, so that's going to stay. But I guess his preference is to have it just be open and open to the public.
Mm-hmm.
But the mayor's saying no. We actually can't do that. We can't just keep it parking.
Mm-hmm.
So it can't be a park. So you have this designated port area. You can't have a park in the designated port area.
It has to
It's
have
gotta-
use.
It has to have that marine industrial use.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of a difference in their approach. So the city is now, I guess, they've hired a new economic development coordinator. They've gotten a grant, and they're just sort of going out there and looking for proposals. Now there's I think a certain percentage that can be used outside of the DPA, a certain percentage that should stay marine industrial. I'm not up on the harbor plan, so I don't know the granular details. But that's kind of where the mayor is coming at it, as opposed to Mayor Lundberg, mayoral candidate Lundberg, as far as the I-4C2 is more. He wants to sort of keep it open.
Well, what I find interesting, these are 2-year terms, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get through Fiesta, the 4th of July, all that, and then in September, boom, preliminary election, who's in, who's out, and then we cram everything in 6 weeks, and that's that. We're on to the next thing. So you're dealing with, and we have 28 candidates, I think, running for all the various positions this year. And then every community center in the 5 wards wants to host a forum or a debate. So it's impossible to cover. Like we try to cover as much as we can. We know you're trying to cover as much as you can. How has that been, trying to just track this stuff?
I can't tell you what somebody said. There's a debate tonight. And I'm like, where? It's at Magnolia. I heard my editor on the phone. What time is it? I'm like, I'm Googling. So yeah, it's been rough. There was a downtown neighborhood association debate, which I didn't list in the round. I got you guys to give me a nice little calendar, and I forgot that one. There was a mayoral debate by the chamber early on, which so it's been impossible.
Have you gotten any sort of sense from the folks turning out for these events what the vibe is in the city? Are voters frustrated, content? A lot of these same topics seem to be coming up election campaign after election campaign after election campaign.
Yeah, schools, affordable housing, development. The Magnolia debate, I think, was a really good snapshot of the zeitgeist of the community, because it seemed like there were equal number of supporters in the room, and there was some really good feedback. But I honestly can't tell you, other than I can't handicap in this race. I really can't tell you how where this is all heading. But there is a lot. I feel like there's a lot of interest in the city.
Yeah. It's why I found the preliminary election so fascinating, because we were going to lose a named candidate really early in the process, and it's impossible. Like, we're all sort of in the game and what goes on around here, and none of us can really even project or just kind of get our finger on the pulse of the voting, body.
I was at the Ward 2 and 3 debate, a forum at the library, and so the issue that came up that I thought was most fascinating that the candidates talked about was safety. Needles in the streets.
Yeah.
I didn't think that would come up at a debate, but that's a big issue in the wards, the downtown wards, safety, and what can you do about it. So I thought that was excellent. I do read the police blotter,
right?
And you see a lot of those quality of life issues.
Sure. And yeah, the big stories have been, we mentioned in the Voters Guide too, the Grace Center being down, centrally located has been problematic here and there. And I always enjoy trying to find out what those big issues are that are affecting the community. Are there some that may have been overlooked, or are certain candidates leaning on stronger? I mean, just to get back to your workload, Ethan, like are candidates, how many are reaching out to you for coverage or to get their voice out there? Because we know they have a lot of forums and debates, but other than that, there are some that we don't hear from at all, and some that sort of use all the avenues possible, or they're on social media, they're calling the Times for coverage, they walk in to do a candidate statement here, and then others we don't really know much about.
Well, I don't know. I think we don't get a lot of press releases. It's not like the old days. Somebody has a statement. They'll do some people do endorsements and they'll send us stuff, but. Yeah, it's very difficult, but I think that a lot of their campaigning is local. I think door knocking is, a key for a lot of these candidates, which is smart, because you really want to get to the voter one-on-one. Hey, I didn't like what you said here, but I'll vote for you, So I think they're doing a lot of that.
Yeah, the boots on the ground.
So let's talk about, we kind of discussed the mayor a lot. Let's talk about the councilor at large races. What are you seeing there? What do you think the issues are? How are they managing each other? I know in the Lanesville councilor at large forum, they got a lot of praise for everybody getting along so well. I don't know if you saw that. And they had good ideas. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting, I mean, if you have been watching, there's 2 vacancies on the at-large. There's 4 at-large counselors.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta catch myself.
And 6 running.
There's 6 running, but because Jeff Worthley is not running because he didn't make it through the mayor preliminary, and the long-term Ward 4 stalwart Val Gilman is decided to retire.
Yeah, two big voices.
Yeah, so there's 2 vacancies. So
Right.
that makes this race a lot different from the last time when it was kind of like musical chair, 2 years ago, it was musical chairs, who's going to wind up the top vote getter. Well, I don't want to say the incumbency is a strong asset, but that someone's going to get through. One of the incumbents is going to get through because you have those vacant seats. I think it drew a lot of challengers. So we have a very interesting dynamic.
Yeah.
So does it make it tougher for
race.
those incumbents?
I don't know. I know you kind of they have to restate their case. I don't want to say who I think is going to get through, but you're going to have at least 2 new members on the city council, and you've got, I think, really good quality people to step up. So Patty Page has been long advocate for the waterfront, knows those issues very well, is somebody who reads the agendas, knows how to ferret out some of this information, and she's very good at broadcasting it on Facebook and sort of letting people know. She's been doing that lately to let people know what's going on. You have a sort of a newcomer to politics, Sean McQueenie. I think a Peabody native, very interesting guy. He has the young voice, 39 years old, and he's got the young voice. So
He says he was nudged to run from younger people.
Yes.
From the school, when he was standing with the teachers, right? Yeah.
So he brings that quality as well. So Jason Groh is known. I talked to him. He's running because he wants to bring stability to the city and have a place for his kids to live. We've got Tony Gross, the other incumbent, who has done everything in his life. He's been a commercial fisherman. He worked for 4 years or 5 years at the water treatment plant. He's been done construction. Was a home inspector. He's got a lot of, and he was on the Waterways Board, a long time member of the Waterways Board. Right. So knows the waterfront. So he's sort of the voice. Seems to be the voice of the waterfront. I think he's the only commercial. Yeah, he's the only commercial fisherman.
We have 2 lobstermen in there, but not
current.
Not current.
Not current,
right.
but he's the only one.
Yeah.
Never fished.
Right.
So he
Was it Minio and there's another one who worked in it.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. So then we have Hannah Kimberly is coming in. She's the president. She's president of the Cape Ann League of Women Voters, and so she's running. So she's very politically active. When you say, why did you run? Well, that's something the league does encourage people to do. Now I'm drawing a blank.
Barnaby Prendergast.
So Barnaby, I know Barnaby very well. I'm sorry, Barnaby. As somebody who, just in your impression, this guy goes to the meetings. It'd just be me and him. Hey, Barnaby, how you doing? So someone who does their homework, and he's a handyman now, but he used to do IT for the International Planned Parenthood. So he's got a very fascinating. He's from London. He's got a very fascinating background, and so he's got that perspective. And as somebody who really, I find prepared, and you have to listen to him, and he's one of the things that he's been talking about is maybe we need to have an override, because for
the wastewater treatment,
just to keep up with our services not happening, and for the wastewater treatment plant. But that might be a hard sell in Gloucester.
Is it easier or harder to run for council at large to get the citywide vote?
I don't know. I think you're right. It's like there have been cases where the at-large councilor tops the mayor in votes. So, I used to cover Peabody, and there was a councilor there who used to always top the mayor.
Wow.
Mayor Betancourt, who's extremely popular.
Yeah.
So, so it's you're running citywide.
Yeah, right, exactly. I don't know but maybe in some ways it's less personal, less really entrenched. So you could.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
I think it's tough to be a ward councilor because you really have to go door to door, and it's really just meat and potato issues.
Yeah.
It's constituent work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
What's interesting too is you brought up this dynamic with new faces versus the incumbents in the at-large race. Sort of seeing the same in the school committee race as well, where you have the stalwarts who have been there for a long time now, but now we have 4 people running for seats this time around that have never been part of local politics before.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting dynamic as well. I mean, I really couldn't tell you how this race is going to shake out. So you could have up to 4 new faces on the school committee.
Yeah.
And
if there's a change at mayor,
Yeah.
who is the other member of school committee
so
too.
here's an odd dynamic that I've never seen. The superintendent announces retirement,
Right.
and this existing incumbent school committee is going to promote it wants to promote the assistant superintendent. And I don't have any opinion on that plan.
Right.
But it does open up this opinion. If there's going to be an election, what is the referendum? What is that going to be a referendum point for these candidates? There's people who have said, I've heard say, why do you want an existing person to be in that role because the school's test scores haven't been so great. That's the opinion I've heard. I mean, I happen to think that Gloucester has really excellent schools, and they deal with a lot of challenges.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that might be a dynamic, and I think the other dynamic in the school committee race is this teacher strike,
Yeah.
which
Can't
was
remember
very
that.
contentious.
Yeah.
Was very, very contentious. It was drawn out. Gloucester managed to settle it much sooner than Marblehead and Beverly, but I think it left a lot of ill feeling. So we'll see if the incumbents were able to mend fences.
Yeah, maybe that spurred 4 of these new faces to run this time around. Because the school committee, they've taken some big bites in the last handful of years here. The consolidation of the elementary school, East Gloucester and veterans.
They were
they
hard.
knew there was going to be an impasse with the contract negotiations. Not easy stuff.
No. And Lummis this school committee basically hired Lummis, right? So, superintendent after superintendent.
Yeah.
Well, because when I came in, Jeff Pope had stepped off. But you do have the incumbent. You have Melissa Teixeira, who's been on the school committee for a long time and brings experience from Essex Tech. Kathy Clancy, she's also been a long time member. Laura Weeson is also been someone. I think she's running for her third term.
Jeremy McKean.
Yeah. Jeremy's new, and Keith. So I'm not really.
And Bill Melvin.
Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah.
But I think in the
Bill Melvin was the he was the negotiator on the on the teacher contract. So he really stepped up.
Yeah.
And he's a coach too, so he's really well known in the city.
Oh yeah.
So,
Well, Ethan, have there been any surprises during your coverage of all this the last couple of months where you're like, oh my God, you were surprised that maybe this particular topic has struck a chord with a lot of people, or?
Actually, I don't think so because, look, I mean, I'm always surprised because I don't know what someone's gonna say, but I've just noticed some themes. Like, people are concerned about the environment. They're concerned about climate change. They're concerned about affordable housing, but they're also concerned about development.
That's the thing.
There's a competing narrative here. We need more houses because if you have more houses, you can have more workers who can live here, and that supports our industrial base. Okay, I get it. But then on the flip side, there's blasting going over here, and they're not thinking about the hydrology and what's going to happen, and these homes are going to be built over there. So, and we have all this land in West Gloucester, but we really don't have all this land in West Gloucester. It was interesting that the League of Women Voters 1623 studios focused on Dogtown. So both of the mayoral candidates don't want Dogtown ownership. They're consolidating the parcels, the open space committee, but they don't want that shifted to another entity. There's like Greenbelt or trustees.
They want to keep it in
they
the city.
want to keep it in the city.
City-owned. Huh.
So there's that struggle. Like Gloucester, there's no land. Gloucester, there's so much land. Gloucester, we want affordable housing, but Gloucester development is always such a sensitive issue.
Yeah, it's hard.
We were talking before we came on camera about the different wards, and is there a ward that could swing the election? Can you talk about that at all? Well, wards that have some more gravitas for one reason or another.
I've been told. It's Lanesville. That, and you could see that you saw that in the preliminary. I think there were more votes in Lanesville for one candidate than there was for that were cast in one of the downtown wards. So it's, in other words, it's very active politically. So that seems to be where. And then I guess the other one is East Gloucester, and
so Ward 1 and Ward 4.
And Ward 1. And I don't know why because we had the election with 3A, with the MBTA Communities Act zoning, which really primarily impacted the downtown, why the turnout was not as robust. It did win. I think it did win one of the downtown wards. I think it did, but it was not enough to overcome other parts of the city. So I don't know why this is. It's not a bad thing, but I wish that the turnout could be greater in the downtown, because that's really where the heat seems to be as far as what's going on, development and
because there was a quiet turnout for the preliminary. Although I think there were 1,000 more people this time around than 2 years ago. It didn't feel like that.
It didn't. It felt very quiet. You get your information about where these forums and debates are.
1623 Studios.
That's fine.
Thank you. That's the right answer.
We can ask Emily off camera too, because these things change and form and go away. So like the tide.
I want to say that I get to give hands off to the Downtown Neighborhood Association, the Chamber, the Magnolia Library, the Lexington, the Lanesville Community Center. For those people to pull all those together, it's not easy. It's not easy. We can't do it. Like, we just don't have the staff anymore to do any of the kind of debate. And I have to really thank 1623 Studios for letting me sit in on the ward councilor and mayoral debates or forums.
Well, Ethan, we appreciate all the work you're doing. We know you're up to your eyeballs in it right now, but just one more week, and then you can take a break.
It's just great to see you again, Ethan.
Thank you. I miss you guys.
Yeah, I know.
So Ethan will be joining us next Tuesday night, November 4th, 7 p.m. for a live election coverage from Kyrie's Auditorium at Gloucester City Hall. He's doing this again. He did it before for us. So we're looking forward to spending some time with you then, and keep your head screwed on straight in the meantime.
Yeah, you too. Thanks, guys.
You got it. Good evening. You're watching 1623 Studios' live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across Gloucester cast their ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, we're live inside Gloucester City Hall, center stage at Kyrie's Auditorium, where all the election night action is unfolding. Your hosts, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood, are joined by the 1623 Studios team, bringing you the latest results, reactions, and exclusive interviews as they happen. Joining them on stage tonight, Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times, with last-minute details and a breakdown of the top storylines from this year's campaign season. We'll also hear from longtime public servants and outgoing at-large councilors Jeff Worthley and Val Gilman, reflecting on their years of service and what comes next for the city. Once again, 1623 Studios is proud to partner with the City of Gloucester and with the many venues and organizations that hosted this year's forums and debates to deliver our most comprehensive local election coverage to date. When the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay tuned right here on Comcast Channel 6 or the 1623 Studios YouTube channel for real-time results, live interviews with the candidates, and special guests throughout the night. This year's campaigns have focused on issues close to home: affordable housing, the recent teachers' strike, downtown parking challenges, and the future of Gloucester's working waterfront. In all, 28 candidates stepped forward this summer, each hoping for the opportunity to serve their community. Tonight, voters decide who will lead Gloucester into its next chapter. So stay with us. It's all happening live, right here at City Hall, in beautiful and historic Gloucester, Massachusetts. Now, for continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election, here are your hosts from 1623 Studios, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood. And welcome to an eerily quiet City Hall here in downtown Gloucester for live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. I'm your host, Corey Kukru, alongside, as always, Heather Atwood. How are you, Heather?
I'm great.
Great
Looking forward to tonight.
That's going to be a big one, you know. So yeah, we have wall-to-wall coverage of tonight's results, so stay with us throughout the evening for that. We have a lot of big interviews lined up to us in this first hour. But what we wanted to do from the top, Heather, is have Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times join us to go over all things 2025 election. He's a busy man, so we're trying to squeeze him in while we can. So please welcome Ethan. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm stressed to the max.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were there any...
Blood pressure high.
There are few people in this city who feel that way tonight.
I know. I complain, but I can't imagine waking up on this morning and thinking about standing out at a poll somewhere and trying to get that last-minute vote.
Yeah, and they were out there today, and right at 7 o'clock. It was busy out there. Are there any late developments on your end of what you've seen, or any idea of the vibe in the city today?
You know, I don't really know. I did a terrible job of exit polling today. Just people had their heads down. You know, sometimes you approach somebody for an interview, but I didn't really get much. I got one gentleman up in Lanesville complaining about the paper and how no one knows what's going on. So hopefully we'll be able to enlighten them throughout the evening.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that later in the evening.
Sure.
But so, what do you do when you exit poll, Ethan?
Well, I mean, you just try to approach the voters and ask them, questions about. It's a very tough ask to ask them who they voted for, especially in a place like Gloucester, where you're 1 degree of separation between you and the mayor. So most people are related or know somebody or are friends with or, went to school with the candidates. So I try to ask people their sense of the race.
So how about lines? Did you see any lines waiting to vote?
Well, I did visit 3 polling places, so encompassing about 5 precincts, so about half the city. And the biggest line that I saw, the most active poll, no surprise, Plum Cove School, Ward 4, Precinct 2, Lanesville. That's kind of how the bellwether of the city, right?
Right, we talked about that in the voter's guide.
Yeah, so there was nearly 1,000 people when I was there about 3 hours before the polls closed, and that was the largest precinct turnout that I saw. There was a line out the door, and people were coming in. It was very steady, and this is a polling place with only one precinct. So that was pretty impressive. And then I had the conversation with the gentleman who was saying, and he made a point. Maybe people aren't getting the paper, and he was asking about whether the city could do more of a voter's guide because he told me, I went to vote for school committee and I wasn't sure. And I told him that a week ago Monday, we had all 10 candidates tell us who they were, in an unfiltered way. So it's a little frustrating as a news person, and I don't know what the answer is, but that's, I guess, for another time. But that was the busiest poll I saw.
Yeah, I was at Ward 1 where I vote a few hours ago as well, and there had already been more than 1,000 votes there. So we just doing quick math in the head, it kind of seems like we're on the track to land somewhere between the turnout from 2023, where it was just a little under 8,000, to the turnout in 2021, where it was just over 10,000. So it was sort of somewhere in that 9,000 range, but you never know with people getting out of work. 3 o'clock or so, people leave the municipal offices if they're working there, and then of course 5 p.m. it picks up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when I was heading back to the office, I felt sorry for the people trying to get onto Grant Circle because the line was up the extension and up Washington Street. So I did go to East Veterans. It was very steady there, very busy. They had a nice bake sale, by the way.
They
I
have
got a
great one
cupcake.
there. I know. They move. They're in the front of the room. They're usually in the back of the room, but they get you right as you walk in. It's like,
And I hope you saw the Gloucester Times on Monday, because we did have a list of bake sales.
I did. I took note of that right away because we had done the voter's guide together, and I was amazed, being a Rockport resident, that you guys were all about the bake sales on election day. And I'm like, wait, what bake sales? And that was a nice touch that you added the list of bake sales
Well,
there.
I have to really thank my editor, Andrea Holbrook,
Yeah.
who talked about how Ray Lamont would go out to the polls, and he would just come back with like all the baked goods, and I didn't do that. I only got one cupcake.
Oh, and she thought you should bring a whole plate back.
I
for
should
the,
have. I didn't. You know. So that was a bake sale. And at East Veterans, I ran into Heidi Wakeman. We marched,
Our poet laureate.
Our poet laureate, and
One of the two. I think
that's
she's
another. I have to get a story in about her and Jay Featherstone being the poet laureates, but
Tonight you have to do that?
no, eventually, you know.
Okay.
Hey, it
that's
was
the big
back in
story.
the
That's the
spring.
next big
Yeah,
story.
right.
That is my next big story. But the election has taken a lot of my time.
Yeah.
She was talking to me about what's going on, and she was talking to me about how she had moved schools. She was at O'Malley for about 10 years, and now she's teaching at Beverly.
Oh, she's
And-
left Gloucester.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. And so I think maybe that, I didn't really get anybody talking to me about that, but I wonder if the teachers, the educators strike from last November will have an impact on the results. I don't know.
It's going to be really interesting. So, Ethan, this is such a big night for you, as you have said, and you have a deadline at something like 8:30 to get your story in.
That's what my editor wants.
Yeah. So, how do you prepare for tonight?
I don't. I mean, every year I say I'm going to create a Google Doc spreadsheet. And every year I don't, because I'm just too busy and I'm not really sure how to do it. But I would just want to comment and say that you guys are amazing, because I'll just be sitting out there and I'll hear the results. I'll just look up at the screen or whatever, and I'll see the results. So I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
But also, I want to shout out to Grace Poirier, city clerk, really modern. The results are now she will enter them and they will update on the website, which a lot of cities and towns, don't do. I mean, they expect you to go to bed and have the results.
And Ethan, we're also working with Streamography, our 1623 crew. We're working with City Hall so that when their spreadsheet is actually populated, it instantly turns into the graphics with the results that the viewers will see, almost instantaneously as well.
Yeah, and I think that's great, and especially for a print guy like me who doesn't have a lot of technical chops, I'll be able to do that. So we have a drop-dead deadline at 8:45, and what I'm guessing is the ward races will come in early because it's just one race. So if they tabulate and fold up their tents and bring their cards back here, their SIM cards or whatever, and their voting tabulators, we should be able to get that race pretty early. The complicated thing is a 10-person race for school committee, 6-person race at large, and the mayor, which is citywide.
Right.
So some of the outer wards might not get back here.
Right.
So my apologies to the print subscribers. If you want to know the full results, we'll have a web story up at gloucestertimes.com through the night. After the print deadline, which is about 8:45, we will stay and get all the results up online. And also 1623 Studios will do a great job also bringing you that coverage.
Yeah, we're doing what we can. So one thing I want to ask you, Ethan, so I got asked a lot this year more than other years about predictions. I'm not in the prediction game. I don't know. I think one thing about the race with two named candidates, obviously Greg Verga's been there for a long time. Paul Thornburg's been a long-time city servant as well. I have an impossible time trying to put my finger on, which way the wind's blowing in the city right now.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I was looking, there was an ad in the Gloucester Times. I don't know if you saw. Paul Lundberg took out a full-page ad.
I did, yeah.
And I've been in the city long enough where I know some of the people. It was interesting to see where the support was coming from. So they each kind of split recent mayors. So Greg Verga incumbent, who's seeking a third term. Got the backing of Carolyn Kirk, who was the predecessor of Mayor Safathia Romeo Taken. And Safathia very strongly came in the last few days and backed Paul Lundberg. And Mayor Bell also backed Paul Lundberg. And Bruce Toby, Mayor Toby, was a strong backer of Mayor Verga. So you're 2 for 2 for mayors. So if you want to tell me how that shakes out, I don't know.
So we have to let you go, Ethan, because you need to work on your story, get prepped. But
Do you have a few more minutes, or?
Yeah, I do. I think a few more minutes. Sure.
Okay.
Well, what do you think about these endorsements? How effective are they? What do they mean?
You know, my editor doesn't really think that endorsements do a lot. But you never know. You know, we don't really do endorsement stories. We get sent them a lot. You know, I'm endorsing this person, I'm endorsing that person, and maybe more on a bigger level. But I think in the city, people are pretty savvy, and they're going to figure out who they're going to vote for. I don't know whether endorsements really do anything in the long run anyway. So I really can't tell you who's going to win. I say 50-50, right? You know?
Yeah. We wouldn't be surprised either way. We actually have the booth set up tonight, or up here, for chairs 4 wide.
Yeah.
In case we know there may be a runoff and we're doing double interviews here.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm.
I mean, is this a DraftKings bet here? You know, who's going to win? You know?
Someone has it going on out there. Yeah, it's not me though.
Yeah. And the same, I think, goes for the at-large candidates as well. Jason Groh, Tony Gross, they're incumbents. Tony Gross is the city council president. Jason Groh is actually a former Ward 1 councilor back in the day.
Right.
He's running for his 3rd term. It's the satisfaction quotient on that. Are people satisfied with the job they're doing? You have Barnaby Prendergast, who's running. He's a newcomer. He's actually kind of a fixture in City Hall. I often be in this in the Kairos auditorium here and see him.
He's very well spoken about what's going on in the city.
He's very well informed. He's very well informed. Patty Ann Page is another person who's very well informed. She uses her platform to inform voters.
Yeah.
And so you have those 2 at-large candidates going.
And with McQueenie as well.
Yeah, and McQueenie, he's a young guy. He's like 38 years old. Yeah. He kind of represents, he must have support the people in the restaurant industry.
Lots of land.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, who knows? I mean, if he's, passing out, his palm card. And then you have Hannah Kimberly, who's very involved in the city, she's head of the League of Women Voters of Cape Ann.
And the Human Rights Commission.
And the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
So it's...
They're strong candidates.
Yeah, so I'm looking, I can't read the tea leaves. I mean, Matt Murray came out for Lundberg. Who's coming out for Verga? I mean, I just can't make any sense of it. And that's my fault, but I don't have any sense.
Well, and to button up the at-large race is whoever steps in has really big shoes to fill, with Val Gilman now leaving and Jeff Worthley leaving. They actually both are going to be following you here in the first hour of our coverage to chat and sit down for a bit.
Yeah, Val Gilman and Jeff Worthley are hugely, they're very popular, and also they bring a lot to the table. They try to inform voters. They're very active counselors. I know Val's Facebook page, when she was Ward 4 counselor, was invaluable to me to know what's going on, and she's very active in that way. And Jeff as well, when something's going on in the city, he is, right there,
Well, so Ethan, we're going to let you get on with your night, but we're hoping we can actually have you back after the results if you have time for that.
Yeah, we're going to do a story for the print and then story for the web, and then if you guys are still going, I can come on.
Yeah, I think it's going to be marathon coverage this evening. So thanks for all the work that you do. We really appreciate it. Well, hopefully we'll see you in a little bit. Good luck with how the next hour and a half rolls out here.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to the Gloucester Times.
Thank you, guys. Are you kidding me? I want to shout out to Emily for helping me out. She is amazing.
Emily Games?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
All right, we'll be back right after this with at-large City Councilor Jeff Worthley. Good evening. You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across Gloucester cast their ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, we're live inside Gloucester City Hall, center stage at Kairou's Auditorium, where all the election night action is unfolding. Your hosts, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood, are joined by the 1623 Studios team, bringing you the latest results, reactions, and exclusive interviews as they happen. Joining them on stage tonight, Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times, with last-minute details and a breakdown of the top storylines from this year's campaign season. We'll also hear from longtime public servants and outgoing at-large councilors Jeff Worthley and Val Gilman, reflecting on their years of service and what comes next for the city. Once again, 1623 Studios is proud to partner with the City of Gloucester and with the many venues and organizations that hosted this year's forums and debates to deliver our most comprehensive local election coverage to date. When the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay tuned right here on Comcast Channel 6 or the 1623 Studios YouTube channel for real-time results, live interviews with the candidates, and special guests throughout the night. This year's campaigns have focused on issues close to home: affordable housing, the recent teachers' strike, downtown parking challenges, and the future of Gloucester's working waterfront. In all, 28 candidates stepped forward this summer, each hoping for the opportunity to serve their community. Tonight, voters decide who will lead Gloucester into its next chapter. So stay with us. It's all happening live, right here at City Hall, in beautiful and historic Gloucester, Massachusetts. Now, for continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election, here are your hosts from 1623 Studios, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood. All right, our ongoing coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election rolls on. Heather and I are now joined by at-large councilor Jeff Worthley. It's great to see you again, Jeff.
Good evening. It's great to be here. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me. You guys are awesome.
Well, we appreciate it.
Love what you're doing.
So I guess right off the top, Jeff, your thoughts on a night like tonight?
So there's a lot of races, right? The school committee is going to have a big turnover. One way or another, there'll be new school committee members, and there'll be at least 2 new city councilors, and maybe more. So that will change a lot. I think that Sean Nolan and Frank Mazzardo are going to be fine.
Should be safe.
Since they have no
They should be
opponents,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
But obviously the race for mayor is a big one, and it's hard to tell. As I was listening to Ethan Foreman, and he's really close to it, and he even said he can't figure it out.
Right.
So, to that point, tell us about that preliminary election, and tell us about your choice, your decision to leave as councilor at large and run for mayor.
Why don't I go backwards to deciding to run for mayor
Sure.
first, and then the election itself? I made a decision probably in about February or March that I was not going to run for re-election to the city council. Not that I don't enjoy it. I actually love public service, and I think I make a difference. So it wasn't boredom or frustration. It's just there's a challenge of juggling. I'm self-employed, and the city council work, it's called a part-time job.
It's all
We get
consuming.
paid $31 a day, but there are some weeks that it's 25, 30 hours if you do the job right.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to always be that, but there were some 35, 40-hour weeks sometimes, and so it wasn't sustainable to do it the way that I think it needs to be done and be self-employed. So I made a decision not to run, and then when I was looking at options, I said, okay, well, I think I got a chance of winning this race. I think I've got some good ideas, and I decided to throw my hat in the ring. The race didn't go the way I expected. I also didn't know that, Paul Lundberg did fantastically well in that preliminary election. And I would say, with respect to him, and I said with respect, I think a lot of people underestimated him. And I know I did. I know a lot of people did. And so he came in first place in every single precinct, and that was, I guess for his campaign, a pleasant surprise in some ways. They didn't expect to come out that strong either. And so that obviously changed that race. But life is good. My kids are doing well. My business is thriving again, and I'm happy to finish up my term on the city council.
Yeah.
good.
So were you surprised? I mean, well, you just sort of alluded to it. Like you were surprised that night. I mean, I especially live in the social media world, right? So there's a lot of noise coming from that end, and I could see, for one, like the support you had too was very loud.
Yeah.
Do you want to touch upon that at all?
Yeah, so, there's a couple of factors that go into this. At one point, I had 98 volunteers working on my campaign. It was the most robust support, and to the extent that campaign signs make a difference, it's hard to know if they do. I had more campaign signs out than all 3 candidates. All
I
the
saw
other
a
2
lot,
candidates.
yeah.
And so that's a sign of outward support. But then there's a question of, the turnout at the preliminary was very low. I think surprisingly
Really low, yeah.
And there's a lot of efforts right now in both the Verga campaign and Lundberg campaign to get out the vote. And that's a whole different strategy than social media or communication. You want to say, here's my platform, here's what I stand for. But then it's calls, it's text messages, it's rides to the polls. And that involves a lot of seasoned campaign workers. And that's hard to do, especially, it was a very early election. If you remember, it was September 22nd. So it was still summertime. And, September 16th. So it was still summertime. I think there's a lot of people I'm not saying that's why I lost, but it was a low turnout. And had, I'd done things a little bit differently, maybe we could have a different story. But either way, life is good. We've got 2 good people running for mayor. And regardless of what happens, we'll know in about half an hour probably.
Right.
We'll be in good hands.
Well, let's chat about the vacancy now left within the at-large council, right? So your departure, Val Gilman's departure, those are big names, big vote getters over the years too. So I guess I don't want to ask how you see this play out, but people trying to fill those shoes, that's a difficult task.
And 4 people, right?
It's
4 people running for those 2 seats.
Right.
And yeah.
Well, actually, the way I look at it, and I think some people do, all the seats are open.
Yeah,
right?
true.
Whether
Right.
you win
Yeah.
re-election or not.
That's
So these candidates are all running for 4 spots.
Right.
Although it's likely incumbents return just by the power of incumbency. It's not always the case. And so there'll be at least 2 new ones. We know that because Val Gilman has retired, and I'm stepping back in race for mayor. And I can't say enough good things about Val, what she brings to the table. And I've wrote a letter to the editor. It's a big loss. It's not just her years in the council, her years in the school committee, and her professional background. So I would say that, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I'm leaving too. But I'm not disappearing. I'm going to still at the same address, same phone number. If councilors need help, I'd be happy to help in whatever way. Whoever's mayor, if they want to appoint me to a board or commission, I'll support that.
What would you like to say about your term on the council? Your 2 terms. You
2 terms. So
right?
I've served 4 terms in total. I was on the council in 2001, and I was one of the youngest councilors. And that service was really helpful. I learned from Gus Foote and
You're in
Lee
your
Kennedy.
20s then, right?
I was 22 years old the first time I ran, and 24 when I won. I served with Safathia. I served with Jim Destino. I served with a lot of people whose fingerprints are all over the city and on my service too. And then there was a 16-year gap, and then I ran for at-large just 4 years ago. I got in, and then I ran for re-election and did well there too. In fact, just 2 years ago, we were sitting right here celebrating a win. I think your question was what did I bring to the table?
Yeah, and I was referring to your councilor at large terms.
So I learned when I was very young, I was probably 17 or 18 years old, from Peter Terigian. He was the mayor of Peabody for 28 years. He didn't have much of a professional background when he first ran. He had been a mailman. Not to knock mailmen, but it wasn't something that he had necessarily translated to being mayor. But there was something about that retail, feet on the ground, understanding what's important to people. And he gave me some great advice. He said, when you're sitting at the city council table, there's maybe 20 or 30 people in the audience. They're for something, they're against it. He said, you have to remember that you represent the other 29,000 people who didn't come to the meeting. He said they could be afraid of speaking in public. They could be working a second or third job, taking care of children, taking care of elderly parents, afraid to speak in public. And you represent them too. And I think what I bring to the table and have brought to the table is an understanding that, yes, the people who speak at public hearings matter, and the people who didn't make it to the meeting also matter. And that comes from having a sense of what the community needs and what's important. So it's not to say that they'll be lost, because other councilors have that trait too, but that's an important part. I think I would extend that advice to anybody who's serving, is that it's not just the loudest voices who come to public hearings, it's who's at home that couldn't make it or don't even know. There's a lot of people who, there is apathy, but the decisions you make still affect those people too.
Right. So Jeff, what would you say your proudest accomplishments during your tenure?
Thank you. One of the ones that kind of went under the radar, people don't know it because it just wasn't a popular or unpopular thing. It was just, I put forward a renewable energy ordinance to the city council, which said that anytime the city of Gloucester is spending money, either loan authorization or repairing or building the DPW, the senior center, a school building, it requires a review of our Clean Energy Commission to say, does solar panels, does a wind turbine, small wind turbine, does a heat pump make sense? Add that to the loan authorization because it saves money in the long run. That was a challenge to get passed. At the time, the mayor didn't support it, and it passed. And now every building that gets either constructed or renovated is going to require renewable energy. I'm proud of that one. But the other thing I would say I'm proud of is the stuff that we don't vote on, is the constituent service stuff. I'm proud and also embarrassed to say that I've probably got 7,000 or 8,000 emails per year as a city councilor, and I've replied to every single one of them. So I am proud of that. And that means helping somebody, right? Just a couple weeks ago, there was a woman downtown who, she had a dumpster next to her house for 6 months, never been emptied, and she couldn't sleep. The smell was so bad. I just got on the phone and called the right people, and next thing you know, it's gone, and health department came in, and you do that enough times, you make a difference and you feel good about it. It doesn't make the paper, it won't make it online. I'm bragging about it here, but it's just those kind of things that really keep you going and say, okay, I helped someone. That means something.
Well, you've definitely been a boots on the ground public servant for a long time.
I don't know any other way, but I appreciate you saying that. I think there's something to be said for going to the site visit, going to the home, talking to someone. I was a man on Elm Street, and he just said there's something happening in the neighborhood. I showed up and said, okay, what is it that you see so I can see it through your eyes? That matters. Thank you for mentioning that.
You're welcome. So what's next for you, Jeff? I mean, you said you have a regular job, obviously,
Yeah,
right?
so I do financial planning through New York Life Insurance, and the city council work has taken up a lot of that time. So I've recommitted to working on that and helping people in that regard. I have 2 children. They're 15 and 16 years old. A little shout out, Jude and Lila. I think they're home watching right now. College is coming for Jude in a couple of years. Lila's a freshman, and it's a busy job. By the way, anybody who has children knows you're a chauffeur, you're being told where the next event is or the next practice. They're very active in school, so keep my focus on them. I think they love campaigning and politics too, to some extent, and my son, he's class president. Corey, I think you were class president, 92?
Way back when.
1992?
Way back when. Yes, Jeff, yes.
You're that guy.
I was as well in 95. I think Frank Majota was class president.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Bruce Toby was class president, class of 74.
And
I
Margaret
see.
Ferrante?
And Margaret Ferrante, I think she was 86.
No, 90.
Oh, wait a minute. 90.
Yeah.
I don't know why these things
We're not
stick
gonna
in
tell
my
you
head.
so.
There's a trend here. Yeah, right.
There is a trend.
Yeah,
My son's
right.
class president, class president.
So is
for
he going to
3
be
years.
running for mayor soon?
I don't know.
Hey, we've had Jude on Cape Anthony
Yeah.
before. Told me he was a grad. He was
Yeah,
great.
he was great.
He's gonna be here
Hello,
tonight.
Jude, if you're out there somewhere.
Yeah. I love
But
you too.
service is inside you, so what?
Yeah, it's
do you
hard to
think?
shut off. I've never tried to shut it off. My grandfather was a police officer for 37 years. He was chief of police. My mother was a teacher, paraprofessional at O'Malley and Fuller School. My dad went to school for education. My brother's a priest. My sisters are teachers. One's a social worker, one's a teacher. So it's in our DNA. I don't know anything other than trying to help people, and I'm not the only one who does it. There's so many people that help, so many volunteers, every city councilor, every school committee member, every mayor. And I would say this, even for the people that don't win tonight, right? They're not losers. They stepped up, put their life on hold.
Absolutely.
Right? They put themselves out there. It's hard, right? And we all see the picture in the newspaper, the polished interview. Every one of them has some level of anxiety before they go on camera. They have to, eat quickly to get to a meeting. They're all trying their best to serve the public. Nobody gets rich being a city councilor. No one gets rich being mayor or a school committee member. So I think we should extend a real thanks to all the people who've run. This has been, I think, across the board, the most candidates I've seen in campaigning in elections for a long time. So everybody out there that's run deserves credit. And other people who want to run should realize they can do it too.
Yeah, I think it's 0.1% of registered voters actually run for public office here in Gloucester. So it's a bittersweet evening either way, Jeff.
Yeah.
Right? So we're appreciative that you're here with us too.
Happy
Just
to be
want to
here.
give you a moment to speak directly to your supporters.
Thank you. I am so grateful, and grateful for the two of you. This is not easy work either, on the spot, just jumping from one person to the next. So I thank you for the work you do in raising the consciousness of the public. So thank you for that, and for Ethan Foreman. My supporters and people who don't support me, I'm very grateful for the democratic process. I'm grateful for the support, the encouragement. I've got a lot of people who, went door to door with me, campaign signs, donated, held events at their homes for me, called and gave me advice. I'm never going to be ever forget that and forget the people that did that. And I'm not done. I'm 48 years old. There may be another election at some point. But once I regroup and figure out what's next, you guys will be the first to know. But I'm very grateful for the support and grateful for a good turnout. It looks like a good turnout tonight. Gloucester voters are showing up.
Oh, you're seeing that?
Yeah, it wasn't that way this morning, and it wasn't that way this afternoon, but I think after the evening has picked up quite a bit.
Oh,
great
good.
to hear.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for your time again. We appreciate your service to the community,
Thank you,
and I'm
Corey.
sure
Thank
we'll
you,
be
Heather.
talking to you sooner than
Thank
later.
you for inviting me, and I'll be here tonight if you need anything else.
You got it.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Jeff.
All right, outgoing at-large Councilor Jeff Worthy. We'll be back right after this with Val Gilman. Good evening. You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across Gloucester cast their ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, we're live inside Gloucester City Hall, center stage at Kairou's Auditorium, where all the election night action is unfolding. Your hosts, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood, are joined by the 1623 Studios team, bringing you the latest results, reactions, and exclusive interviews as they happen. Joining them on stage tonight, Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times, with last-minute details and a breakdown of the top storylines from this year's campaign season. We'll also hear from longtime public servants and outgoing at-large councilors Jeff Worthy and Val Gilman, reflecting on their years of service and what comes next for the city. Once again, 1623 Studios is proud to partner with the City of Gloucester and with the many venues and organizations that hosted this year's forums and debates to deliver our most comprehensive local election coverage to date. When the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay tuned right here on Comcast Channel 6 or the 1623 Studios YouTube channel for real-time results, live interviews with the candidates, and special guests throughout the night. This year's campaigns have focused on issues close to home: affordable housing, the recent teachers' strike, downtown parking challenges, and the future of Gloucester's working waterfront. In all, 28 candidates stepped forward this summer, each hoping for the opportunity to serve their community. Tonight, voters decide who will lead Gloucester into its next chapter. So stay with us. It's all happening live, right here at City Hall, in beautiful and historic Gloucester, Massachusetts. Now, for continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election, here are your hosts from 1623 Studios, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood. All right, back at City Hall as our ongoing coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election continues. We are now joined by Val Gilman. I can't believe we're saying this. Our outgoing public servant and Councilor Val Gilman. How are you, Val? Thanks for being with us.
I'm great. Corey and Heather, thanks so much for having me. It means a lot. Thank you.
It's great to have you. How does it feel to be a spectator this time?
It's bittersweet.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard watching all my colleagues running around, going to debates and holding signs, and I'm just kind of watching.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a good feeling because I'm proud of what I've been able to accomplish, and I'm proud that I've had some wonderful constituents and great relationships with people. So I'm ready, but it is a little bit bittersweet, I have to say.
That's interesting because I've been watching all these forums, wondering if this is a process that the candidates enjoy. Did you enjoy doing that?
I actually really enjoyed debates.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I didn't really enjoy holding signs, but I enjoyed coffees and opportunities to talk to people.
Yeah.
Door to door was a challenge because I always felt that people didn't really want someone knocking on the door. But I would do the best I could to make sure that once I was there, I could engage with people.
Mm-hmm.
So, Val, what initially drew you to public service?
So I had a very successful career in human resources. And when my son was born, I had an opportunity to be able to stay home. And it was a time where I felt that I could give back because a lot of my background in HR was strategic planning and leadership, and I thought, municipal government would be great. So my son was started at Plum Cove, and I got involved with the PTO, and then I got recruited by Kristen Michelle to run for a school committee, and she knew all the locals, and I've lived here for a long time, but I didn't go to Gloucester High. And she just went to town and helped me get my name out there, and I did really well, and then the rest is history. So that's what I did, and I loved it. School committee was a great first opportunity for me, and I got working with the Gloucester Education Foundation. We're having our gala Thursday night. I'm very excited about. But just learning how to understand ed reform and what we can do and what we can't do when we're on the school committee overseeing the superintendent, the budget, policies, but then there's restrictions of the things that you can really get deep on. But it was great. I really enjoyed that. So that's how I got involved. And then I was on that for 6 years. And then I took 2 years off. This is after Jackie Hardy passed away. And I became on the board of the Gloucester Education Foundation. And then I ran for Ward 4 after the 2-year break. And I've been
4
here.
terms as ward counselor?
I was 4 terms as ward counselor, and then most recently at large.
Yeah. So what are some of the highlights of that career? Some of your proudest moments?
So one of the things we did when I was on the school committee, which a lot of people probably kind of went unnoticed, but we were trying to strengthen our middle school. So at the time, Paul Revel, who was the head of the Department of Education, Security, and the DESC, and so what we did was we created an innovation school, which is like a Horace Mann charter school, and we gave our superintendent, Sapphire, at the time, a goal that we wanted him to create a task force, and he did, and we were able to implement a new form of governance for the teachers where they could do their professional development and their curriculum design from a bottoms up because they worked on this whole process, and it was exactly like a Horace Mann charter school. So I think that really evolved. That's why we changed it to the O'Malley Innovation School, and I was really proud of that because at the time I was chair of the school committee, and we got all of the members very involved with the process. We all went to Hyannis to learn about innovation schools, and we did that. So that was really cool. Other things that I've been proud of, I got to tell you, in fact, you remember some of this, but the taco truck.
I remember the taco
that
truck,
meeting on Plum Cove Beach.
Yeah.
And we had a couple of neighbors that didn't like the noise, and we wanted to give them an opportunity to speak. About 150 people were there. I got microphones, and almost
You were on the beach.
On the beach,
Yeah.
right? And it was the most diplomatic sessions you could ever imagine with something that was that passionate. And what I basically did was I reminded people that we have to be respectful, and we want to have an opportunity to hear from the neighbors, and please be respectful. I know all of you in Lanesville are always respectful. and it actually went really well.
Yeah.
And they got to speak, and then everyone else spoke why the taco truck was important. And we all agreed that we want to move forward, and if anything, look at more fixed-use vendors in other parts of the community because they were hot. And we not only kept the taco truck, in business, he became too popular. So there were times where he wasn't able to be there as much because, he was so good at what he did.
Yeah,
And
Everyone loves a taco truck.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you touch upon a funny thing about Ward 4. We had Ethan Foreman of the Times with us a little while ago,
Yeah.
and he mentioned how Ward 4 usually seems to be like the bellwether for these elections. Why is the turnout always so great in your neck of the woods?
I think everyone's passionate in Ward 4, but you have all different types of personalities. You've got Lanes Cove, you've got Lanesville, you've got Corliss Landing, you've got Cherry Street, you've got Annisquam.
The Squammies, yeah.
Bayview, where I live, and I think everyone's very passionate, and if you look at how many people are on boards from Ward 4, it's huge. It's because people love where we live, and we're a little bit further away from the downtown area, but there's just a lot of momentum there, and yes, it's a good voting ward, and people really care about it. And that was kind of my honor to be the Ward 4 counselor. I had a tough role to follow after Jackie Hardy, but I really tried to be accessible. I was meeting every Friday at the Cove Cafe for many years. And tried to have a lot of ward meetings. I had board meetings on opinions of the budget, and and then I started having meeting at Hooks before our city council meetings to make sure that I was touching the other part of Ward 4-1. And it was really wonderful. And today it was special because when people saw me at the polls this morning, I had probably 10 different folks that I was pretty close to come up and tell me, "Thank you so much, we're going to miss you." And so I felt proud because, you know, it's rewarding to be an elected official, but it also can be tough. And I'm sure, you know, we could talk a little bit about
Let's talk about that. So, yes. So I have written down here civility and trust.
Yeah.
And you were the council president in this last term.
Yeah.
So you had a lot on your plate. The city has some divides.
Yeah.
You know, there's some pretty healthy rifts across the city. So trust has been reported as low, and then even in these forums, it's been mentioned that civility on the city council needs to be addressed. So do you want to talk about these things?
Sure. So one of the things that we did about 4 years ago is John McCarthy and I created a code of conduct, and we attended some sessions at the MMA annual conference. And it was just a way that we would self-monitor how we behaved as elected officials, and then what we would do when someone was not obeying it. And that was really a good start to the whole code of conduct. And in fact, at a lot of the MMA meetings, a lot of people would ask to see ours, and it was approved, and it was working at that time. But I think what happened is during COVID, I think a lot of people, we weren't in person anymore. And the online meetings were really tough. And, you know, in some of the meetings, there would be 100 people there. And I was the chair, and you'd be looking around, and I'd be watching the nonverbals of the committee, and then we'd bring people in. And it was a challenge, and so I guess I think people became more hidden behind social media, and social media got ugly. And people are very brave when they're on social media, and they can slam you and be nasty and very personal. And when you're in person, you don't really have that, because people are looking you in the eye, and they realize, I kind of like her, or I like him, you know, and it really gets ugly. So there's been ugliness out there with a lot of personal attacks. But my background in HR and a lot of training was always, you stick to the issues and not the person. And so whenever I had a tough situation, I'd always go back to, let's talk about what happened. Let's talk about this issue, and not all these personalities and all this venom that people have stored up, where it gets very, very ugly. And it's really hard to solve problems when there's that venom. But the issue, Heather and Corey, is 90% of the people aren't like that. It's about 10%. And, you know, and so as an elected official, you've got to understand that the majority of the people out there are very positive, but we have to do better. You know, we have to be as accessible as we can be. We have to go out to people's wards and be visible and talk to people and understand, go to their church, whatever it takes to be more visible. Because people need that now, because it's been a tough time. And you know, I think 3A was difficult, but at the same time, it was the facts that really allowed that to get approved. It was when we decided that there was too much information, too many links to this and that, let's just do a fact sheet. And I remember Jane Remsen did that at one of our big meetings here, and she passed it out, and it was just really easy to read, very clear, and it really explained that it wasn't 2270 units, you know, and it wasn't 13 halyards, and so we just really kept trying to bring that out and send, you know, to make sure that we were always communicating clearly. And a close vote, but it was a good vote, and we haven't had one new halyard, not one unit since it.
Right.
And we've been able to keep our grants. And, you know, some people were concerned about sovereignty and we're losing, you know, and it was like, well, this is the issue. The issue is this is what we're being asked to do, and it's not going to make a lot of changes in the way we do things now. And people needed to trust us. And trust is an issue, as you said.
But again, you had working groups, right? You were
did.
out in the community talking to, you know, in person with
Yeah.
people talking.
We did.
To your point.
We did, and that was really important. And the smaller groups are always better when you can just kind of sit around in a circle and explain. And I think we did a good job with that. And interestingly enough, as you said earlier, 4-2, our results were very, very strong in favor. And actually, even in the wards that it was going to affect more than anyone else because of the half-mile radius from the train station, they were pretty much balanced. It was not a huge no for them. In fact, I think one of the wards was yes, and one was very, very close.
Nice.
You know, so it's we have to do something about affordable and workplace housing, and it really. It's becoming more and more difficult for our kids to live here, our folks to age in place, and it's a big buzz, but we just have to roll up our sleeves and do a better job. And there's not a lot of public land that we own right now that we can go out and figure out what to do. So, you know, we have to be as magical as we can with some of these suggestions of zoning. So I think the new council will have to do a lot for that. I'll be speaking in public comments because I have a lot of opinions, and it will be good because I think that there's a better, we have more knowledge now in the community of what it is, what it means, and what it is we need to do better. And I can't thank the planning board enough and community development. P&D, we work pretty damn hard.
Yeah.
And I think overall we came out better. But yes, we've got some bridges that need to be reestablished. So that will be all about talking. We're not in Zoom anymore.
Right.
We're face to face, and it means such a difference. It really does.
Well, Val, you just talked about this. So, yeah, public service in the day and age of social media is only getting more difficult.
Yeah.
With your departure and Jeff Worthley's departure from the council, those are big shoes to fill. I was just going over this with Jeff too. So, what advice do you have for the newbies coming in when the water is at this temperature now as a public service?
Well, the newbies, if depending on how many there are, really,
Well, there could be 2 women.
which would be wonderful.
Right. Right.
I think it's really helpful to have diversity on the council. So I would say you've got to ramp up quickly. But I know the people that are running, and they have been very aware of all these issues, so that they've followed it well. One of the things in our charter is that we're supposed to read 6 months of minutes, right? And we're supposed to get that hard copy to people. That's how old the charter is, right? That's another whole situation,
Yeah, right.
is the charter.
2030, I think it's due, right? Yeah.
But, so what that is basically saying is get up to speed and know what the issues are, and then, roll up your sleeve. But so much of it is also just parliamentary procedure and open meeting law. There's a lot to know.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have new blood. I think that's good.
You
I
had
think
a whole
it's
batch
healthy.
a couple of years ago, right?
We
did. That was a lot of freshmen
We did.
counselors.
We did.
4 years ago, I think?
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there were 4 of us that stayed, and there were 5 newbies, so that was a lot.
Yeah.
It's I think you just have to really understand and listen. It's great to have Zoom meetings now that you can go back and watch a meeting that you missed, and that's great.
Yeah,
if you miss
right.
it, you can go and watch it the next morning by 10 o'clock. I saw Ryan here tonight, and he was very much a player in getting us to do this great hybrid model, which
Ryan
I
Walls
was
out here?
Yeah, and I was very passionate about that, and he knows I was a pest.
Yeah.
But chairing or being council president during COVID, I so much wanted to be back in person.
I know.
And it was just looking at this building and figuring out how we make this all accessible to all the hybrid, but we finally got there, and now we have a better system, because I think it's wonderful that we both can have people that can't get to a meeting, maybe you need accessible, or they're sick or whatever, they're down in Florida but they want to tune in, they can participate remotely, and the rest of us are in person, because I think councilors have to be in person.
Yeah.
That's really, really important.
Can I ask one more question? Do we have time?
Sneak it in.
Okay, so you were the chair in 2024 of the Women Elected Municipal Officials. That is a division of the Mass Municipal Association, is that right?
It is part of MMA.
Okay, all right. So with that experience, I'd love to know more about that, but maybe we don't have time. Can you tell us what sort of advice or advice you would give to women joining the city council?
So I would say be confident, know your stuff, know your facts, anticipate what people are going to ask, and find a mentor, someone that you can kind of carry along and help, and I think that that's really important. I know Marjorie Grace and I have a wonderful relationship, which is great, and there's something to be said about women supporting women, and part of the group that I was chairing in Massachusetts was all about mentorships. And something that I started was mentorship meetings at lunchtime. And we'd get 20 or 25 mayors, city councilors, select board members together, brown bag lunch, and we'd talk about issues that we were facing and how other municipalities were dealing with things like social media and nastiness, and we learned from each other, and then we were able to share it with more people, and that was really, really helpful. So I loved that experience. I wanted to thank Greg Verga for having recommended that I put my name in the hat for that, and I spent 2 great years, and my last proud moment was after my speech last year, which Jill Cahill attended, and Dominique and Pam Toby. In front of 300 people, I got a standing ovation. And it just floored me, because through all I've been through, sometimes you just wonder oh my God. And that really made me feel very proud. So,
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well said.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And Val, we appreciate your service over the years. You've been a great friend of ours over the years as well. We appreciate that too. A final word for your supporters?
Thank you for supporting me. Keep supporting the city. We have a wonderful, wonderful city that we all love. And participate, be heard, and I'm still going to be around. So I'll be coming and nagging our counselors at public comments now, so that would be kind of fun.
Something to look forward to.
I think that's
the
valuable.
gavel after 3 minutes, I'm sure.
Well, thanks so much, Val.
Thank
we
you
appreciate
so
it.
much.
Have a great night.
You do a great job. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll be back. The polls are just about to close. We're getting a little bit of buzz in the room now, and we will have live coverage of the results very shortly. We'll see you in a bit. Good evening. You're watching 1623 Studios live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. Today, voters across Gloucester cast their ballots to decide races for mayor, at-large councilor, ward councilor, and school committee. Tonight, we're live inside Gloucester City Hall, center stage at Kairou's Auditorium, where all the election night action is unfolding. Your hosts, Corey Kukru and Heather Atwood, are joined by the 1623 Studios team, bringing you the latest results, reactions, and exclusive interviews as they happen. Joining them on stage tonight, Ethan Foreman of the Gloucester Times, with last-minute details and a breakdown of the top storylines from this year's campaign season. We'll also hear from longtime public servants and outgoing at-large councilors Jeff Worthley and Val Gilman, reflecting on their years of service and what comes next for the city. Once again, 1623 Studios is proud to partner with the City of Gloucester and with the many venues and organizations that hosted this year's forums and debates to deliver our most comprehensive local election coverage to date. When the polls close at 8 p.m. sharp, stay tuned right here on Comcast Channel 6 or the 1623 Studios YouTube channel for real-time results, live interviews with the candidates, and special guests throughout the night. This year's campaigns have focused on issues close to home: affordable housing, the recent teachers' strike, downtown parking challenges, and the future of Gloucester's working waterfront. In all, 28 candidates stepped forward this summer, each hoping for the opportunity to serve their community. Tonight, voters decide who will lead Gloucester into its next chapter. So stay with us. It's all happening live, right here at City Hall, in beautiful and historic Gloucester, Massachusetts. Now, for continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election, here are your hosts from 1623 Studios, Corey Kukuru and Heather Atwood.
Later.
All right, we are back here for live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. I'm your host, Corey Kukuru, alongside Heather Atwood. 1623 will be with you throughout the entire process tonight, getting results and reaction in real time for all of you out there. Hello, hope everyone braved the elements. And
there were no elements. It was a
wind.
beautiful
It was windy
day.
today. And made your vote count
Blue
today,
skies.
too. Yeah, we're waiting, just like you now, for the results to come in. So the polls just closed, right? We interviewed City Clerk Grace Poirier not too long ago, the last week or so, for our voters guide, who sort of walked us through the process. But to the best of our ability, what we can tell you is now that those polls have closed, in each ward and precinct, those votes are tabulated through the machines there too. They eventually will be posted at each ward precinct, the results, and then those machines and the chips from those machines are actually returned to City Hall with the ballots, and we wait, just like all of you, for those results. Now what we've done is we've worked even more closely with City Hall this year, so what we're hoping is that the minute we know what those results are, it feeds into our graphic program, and we can show you in real time the results of all the races. So now, if I remember correctly from the 2023 election, it could be a good half hour or so, right? I mean, some of these polling precincts are in the far stretches of Gloucester, so we have to wait for them to arrive. But in the meantime, Heather and I will keep you entertained and up to speed. So I will say there's one difference in this election season compared to those in the past, is that Heather and I are usually joined on stage here for this part of the night with an expert analyst. 2 years ago, it was Paul Lundberg. This year, we do not have an expert analyst.
He was busy. He was busy
this year he was busy, so what's been tricky for us this year is we had a hard time finding someone who could sit in the hot seat this evening, who, one, knew their stuff locally, the inside out of all things city politics.
And then, excuse me, but we had many people who knew their stuff.
Right, oh yeah.
We have many options.
Right, but with two strong names running for mayor in 2025, it was hard to find someone who hadn't endorsed a candidate, whether publicly or even privately. And so it was tricky for us to navigate. So we just figured, okay, let's go this alone. In our first hour coverage tonight, we spoke with Gloucester Times reporter Ethan Foreman. We can talk about that a little bit, Heather. And then outgoing at-large councilors Jeff Worthley and then Val Gilman to just get their thoughts on their events and reflecting on their tenures as well. So now here we sit.
Right. But I want to just emphasize how unusual it felt. You and I have covered 2 Gloucester elections, municipal elections so far. This is our 3rd. And we'd never been in this situation where every sort of civic-minded leader in the city was committed to a candidate.
Right.
And that was very unusual.
It was.
There were a lot of endorsements.
Yes.
And we talked with Ethan about, do those endorsements matter? But people were picking sides.
And it's tricky because we can't pick a side, obviously.
Right.
And I mean, honestly, it's hard to put a finger on where we think this election is going to go this year. There are going to be a lot of new faces, right? There will be some really big topics that we can get into that shape this year's election. Obviously, the ongoing affordable housing crisis is one thing. Last year's teacher strike was another thing that affected all the races this year. Of course, we do have outgoing councilors. The preliminary election eliminated a big name in Jeff Worthley from the race. So, and Val Gilman's been here forever, and now she's stepping aside. So it's a
and
lot
we know
to
that
digest.
that we for certain there are probably there are probably 3 candidates coming to the school committee who are there because of the teacher strike, right?
Right. They've all said that it's sort of spurred them into action this year and to run.
Right.
So
right.
and we'll see what that does to the incumbents. So yeah, there's a lot to sort of chew on here too. So right off the top, we do have 2 candidates running for mayor: incumbent Greg Verga and Paul Lundberg. There they are there. So you're going to see our graphics tonight. Beautiful job from 1623 Studios and Streamography building this for us. We're going to have asterisks denote all the incumbents, just so if you're wondering why there is an asterisk next to some person's name. If you're in the know, you know, right? So all asterisks equal incumbents. So that is a big mayoral race tonight. Both have been serving the community for a long, long time, Heather.
They both grew up here. They both have, are descended from people. Paul Lundberg from someone who came here to work in the quarries, and Greg Verga from fishing family, I believe, right?
Yep.
They both went to Gloucester High School, graduated from Gloucester High School.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very similar candidates.
They are, and as we've seen in Mayor Verga's successes in the past 2 election cycles, in 2021 over Safathir Mayotaken, and then in 2023 over Mary Ellen Rose, he did really well in those outside wards and precincts for Gloucester. We spoke with Val Gillen about the strength of Ward 4 and how that's usually a bellwether for these elections, right? And then Greg has also performed really well in wards
5.
Yeah, in wards 5, right?
And one.
Ward 1,
yeah.
right? So East Gloucester and East Point. Now,
but his neighborhood is 2 and 3.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, although he outpaced Safathir Mayotaken downtown 4 years ago, Greg's always sort of done well in those outer layers, right? And now, but this is also Paul Lundberg's backyard.
Right. Those outer. Well, the Ward 4 is his ward.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see, since Greg has always done well in Ward 4. Who takes it this time?
Right. So so we wait with bated breath for that. On to the other races. We have 6 candidates running for 4 at-large councilor seats. Of course, we have Val Gilman and Jeff Worthley stepping aside. So here they are. These are at-large councilors in ballot order. Now, folks today could vote for up to 4 of these names. You see Barnaby Prendergast running for the first time, as is Hannah Kimberly. The incumbents are Jason Groh and Tony Gross. And other newcomers, Sean McQueenie and Patty Page. Patty Page has been in this community doing a lot of things for a lot of people for a long time, as has Hannah.
Yeah, I want to ask her why now, because one would have thought that Patty Page would have run earlier, because she's a real activist in the community.
Yeah, and we knew from Sean McQueenie putting his hat in the ring that he was spurred off by, he was supporting the teachers during the strike, and he was sort of nudged to run for public office, so here he is for the first time. We always have Gross and Groh are always top vote getters in this event. And then Barnaby has made a name for himself, not a local, but he's been involved in the community for quite a long time now. Very articulate, very well spoken. He's one of those folks who, in the social media game, is known as like one of the reasonable people who talk about local politics often.
Well, he seemed so informed in the forums. I watched all the forums, so I felt like I got to know these candidates well. But he was really articulate and down to the nuts and bolts of how government works. He really seemed to know what he was doing. And Hannah Kimberly has been the president of the League of Women Voters Cape Ann, and we interviewed her on Cape Ann today for that position, and she's also the chair of the Human Rights Commission in the city. So she has this activist side and experience there.
Right. Right. All right. Let's move on, if we can, folks, to the school committee race. If we can do that. I'm not sure if these are in order or not. There we go. Beautiful. So these are half of the folks running here for school. We have 10 candidates running for 6 spots. You see the incumbents here: Kathleen Clancy and Laura Weeson and Jeremy McKean. Naz Taber is a newcomer, and Bill Melvin Jr. Is an incumbent as well. All right. Let's look on to the next panel here. Andrea Liakis, who's new. This is her first race here in Gloucester. Melissa Texera Prince, who's been on the school committee for quite some time now, a long time, right? Keith Minio, who's been there for a little bit now as an incumbent.
Just elected last term.
Yep. Heather Daigle is running for the first time, and so is Brianna Hodgkins. So that is your race. As you can see there too. And then of course we do have 8 candidates running for 5 ward councilor seats. So let's look at the Ward 1 race. There we have incumbent Scott Memhard going up against Tracy O'Neill, 2 big names in this community.
Yeah, and Tracy O'Neill is such an interesting person because she beat Barry Pett 4 years ago, is that right?
4 years ago in the Ward 2 race.
Ward 2.
And by 2 votes until there was a recount. We can get more into that later.
We were sitting right here, and when we found out that she won by 2 votes, that was pretty amazing.
There's only one person more surprised than her. I mean, than us.
That was her.
That was Tracy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the state reshaped her district.
Yep.
So now she lives in Ward 1, which is why she's running in this race.
Yep, there we go. All right, on to Ward 2 in that race. And we have the incumbent Dylan Benson is taking on Donald Jedis again. This happened 2 years ago as well. So we have an interesting thing. They're in that big ward, right downtown. We just have some big topics down there. The business district, of course. The Gray Center was a big topic downtown. Jedis was pretty outspoken about that as well. It's been an issue for those folks for quite some time. So that'll be interesting to see how these things shake out.
I will say that Dylan Benson is so young. He's the youngest on the city council by far. And I was very impressed at how much more thoughtful, not more. He spoke in a very young way when he was first elected, and he feels like he's really matured.
It's a lot of seasoning in 2 years.
Yeah,
huh?
he definitely had some seasoning. Yeah.
All right, on to the Ward 3 race, and this is the last contested race. As you see, Marjorie Grace is the incumbent. She's taken on Joe Orlando, who was a councilor back in the mid-'80s. They faced each other 2 years ago. It was very tight. I believe Marjorie won by less than 100 votes.
Right.
So we'll see how that plays out this evening too. And then let's go. Do you have anything to say about this race, Heather?
No, I don't. It's just a complete repeat of 2 years ago, and it's just going to be interesting to watch. Yeah.
All right, on to Ward 4, and this is Frank Margiotta, and he is running unopposed. So there is that. So he's taking easy on that. I don't know if he's here in the building yet. Is it starting to fill up here?
I did just learn that he was a class president, as you were class president.
That's right.
And who else was class president?
And Margaret Ferranti,
that's right.
Bruce Toby.
Right. Yeah, it's a trend.
We're local royalty, folks.
I am seeing, I see Paul Lundberg is here.
Oh, all right.
And so I think, and there's Tony Gross. So the room is beginning to fill up.
Yeah. All right, let's lastly go to Ward 5 really quick as well. This is another layup. Sean Nolan, who's been the Ward 5 councilor for quite some time too, running unopposed once again. I'll be surprised if we see Sean tonight. He kind of likes to stay tucked in, and he does all this dirty work right here in City Hall, but just not on election night.
Yeah, right, exactly. He's got plenty to do, and he doesn't have to worry about this race.
Right. So that's where we're at right now, folks. So like we said, those polls closed a little more than 10 minutes ago. Once again, Corey Cooper alongside Heather Atwood, 1623 Studios, bringing you live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election here at City Hall and Kyrie's Auditorium. It is starting to fill up now. This is usually how it plays out during the night. It's really quiet, like crickets quiet in here, up until about 7:45 p.m. And then all of a sudden, it fills up.
There's a shot.
Yep, there's Lundberg and Gross. There's Frankie Margiotta. Yeah. There's a lot of folks here too, and they're doing exactly what we're doing here as well, as waiting for these results to come in, and we'll share them with you as soon as possible.
Kathy Clancy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to speak with as many candidates as possible
Sean
once the
McLeany.
results are in. That's right.
So yeah, we'll be pulling people off the floor as after the results have come in to talk about their races and how and if they prevailed.
Yeah. Now, Heather, we say this every year, it seems, or every election season, that turnout is going to be the biggest factor once again, right? So when we started this together in 2021, I had done a couple elections before that, but in 2021 or so, the Vargas-Safathir-Mayo-Taken race, there were more than 10,000 ballots cast throughout the city. Of course, those are two big names, right? Big personalities. So,
but that's not even 50, that's 45% turnout.
That's right.
So
that's right.
But that's high for a municipal election.
It is. But then just 2 years later, when it was Greg Verga versus Mary Ellen Rose, less than 8,000 turned out for that event. So more than a 20% drop in voter turnout.
Now, do you have any feelings about that? Why do you think that happened, Corey?
I don't. Well, I do think that if people aren't enamored with what's going on at the state and or national level in political seasons, that they tend to feel a little bit disenfranchised, even when it's so obvious that you can make such a bigger difference hyper-locally. Like we've seen some of these races. Tracy O'Neill over Barry Pett in 2021 Ward 2. She wins by two votes until there's that recount, or when the absentee ballots got counted. I think she ended up winning by 5 total. And even last year, right, Scott Memhard over Marianne Boucher in Ward 1 race, he wins by less than 100 votes. He wins by 86 votes.
And that's his ward.
Right.
I mean, to own, yeah, right.
And then Marjorie Grace against Joe Orlando, she won by 76 votes this year. And there's a repeat race this year as well. And even in the at-large councilor race, Val Gilman defeated Chris Carranza, or just out-tallied Chris Carranza by just 92 votes for that final at-large councilor seat, which... And Carranza is a big part of Paul
So,
Lumber's
I just want to talk a little bit about that Verga-Mary Ellen Rose race, because I don't think I've ever seen so many and such big signs, the yard signs. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was a big one, yeah.
It felt like it was going to be a really big turnout just by the yard signs, which just goes to show you can't judge an election by the yard signs.
Yeah, and we want to point out a couple of quick facts. So there was no early voting this year, right? The election isn't actually official until 10 days from now, when absentee votes are counted, and of course there's a hand count here too for recounts as well. That just happens naturally here. That's part of the process. I can tell you right now there were 250 absentee ballots requested this election campaign season. The city was still waiting for about 60 odd or so to be returned. There were also 437 vote-by-mail ballots requested this year, and before the weekend, only 261 of those had been returned.
So that's 450 people had already voted going into this election.
Right, and we're still waiting on others. Like we said, there are some of these close races. You never know how much of a factor that could possibly be.
Right.
So, okay, what I wanted to also do, Heather, was take a deeper look into Greg Verga's success in the last 2 election campaigns. And his most successful ward in the 2023 election against Mary Ellen Rose was Ward 4-2 that Val Gilman actually just brought up a few minutes ago. That's the Lanesville-Annisquam Award.
And let's just remind people that we interviewed Ethan Foreman in the Voter's Guide, and he identified Ward 4 as basically the bellwether ward.
Right.
That's the ward where voting turnout is very high, and that can swing an election.
Yeah, and Greg, I think, got 73% of those votes in Ward 4 Precinct 2 2 years ago. This, of course, is Paul Lundberg's backyard we're talking about. So what happens this time around
different.
there? Right. And then Greg also did really well in like Rocky Neck, Eastern Point, like Ward 1, Precinct 1, over that way too. And then the population's a little softer downtown in Gloucester, the business district, of course, too.
Well, Ethan reported that people don't vote as heavily in downtown.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, it's just the way it shakes out.
Right.
But then even going back to the Verga versus Safathir race, again, Greg was really strong in Ward 4, Precinct 2, nearly 70% of that vote there. And where he struggled the most, didn't struggle, he still won by 51%, was right downtown, Ward 3, Precinct 1.
Right.
So it's just, I just found those numbers sort of interesting. I always am fascinated by how the vote works out in which ward. and then you try to figure out the whys afterwards, you know?
Yeah, right. Well, what do you think about the preliminary election? The fact that Lundberg took every ward.
Right.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, because then you don't know if it's, because it was a low voter turnout, but with 3 big names on the ticket, right? With Worthley and Lundberg and Verga. And it did still happen. It was on September 16th, right? So it was still summertime. Not sure if that had any effect on the turnout at all. I don't know what it is, but Paul Lundberg had a very strong showing. But it's hard to tell. Like, so did Verga's campaign feel that they had an uphill battle over the ensuing 6 weeks or so? Or did they sort of know who they had in pocket then already?
Right.
I don't know how.
Right, I know. 5,142 people voted.
Right.
So that's pretty low.
Yeah, that's really low. That's.
Do you want to talk about the big issues?
Yeah, go right ahead.
All right. So I happen to watch and enjoy almost all of the forums. I think I watched all of the forums, and I thought they were so well done, and I learned so much. I've said this many times tonight, but I was really able to understand the city of Gloucester better, I think, and certainly understand the candidates. So the $206 million upgrade to the city wastewater treatment plant is a big one. And that is sort of the elephant in the room that, you know, the city councilors all sort of hang their heads about, and people were basically promising or just hanging their heads worried about, you know, raising taxes.
Sure.
But Tony Gross did mention that they would be looking at the Massachusetts revolving fund for $100 million. So that was interesting news.
Right.
That it might not be the $206 million price tag.
And we've heard this in our years doing this, Heather. There's, you know, every mayor, when she or he takes office, they inherit a big issue where the can has been kicked in line, whether it's been when the last administration or administrations ages before that they have to deal with, and then something else arises, right? So for Greg Verga, it seemed this time around, it was what happens with a second sewer treatment facility, right? And the wastewater management there. And then, of course, last fall, the big teacher strike, which affected, we're saying, all the races here. So that's still a massive factor in how things are going to play out this evening, too. So yeah, that's what the Verga team had to deal with this time around. And then going up against 2 big names in the preliminary election, you know, these are only 2-year terms. So Greg Verga gets in there, you know, and he's been there for 4 years now, but you just get used to City Hall and how it works. You're getting your CFO in there to work with you. You know, you're getting the lay of the land here, and then immediately you're in another race. And so here we are again with the 2-year term. Now, Heather and I have both spoken with Paul Lundberg and Greg Verga in past interviews, where they both were happy with the 2-year terms. I feel like, for some reason, I feel like they're short, but they felt like it was just right.
No, I remember that. I can't imagine, because it just seems like, how can you get anything done and suddenly you have to run for mayor? And in fact, we were hoping to interview both mayoral candidates on yesterday, the Monday before Election Day, and Verga he said, I have too much in the city to do. He just couldn't fit it in.
Yeah, they were really, it's down to the wire. I saw Paul Lundberg's stumping first thing this morning out there when the polls open at 7 a.m. And that's everyone's sort of in their no-huddle offense, their full-court press right now for those last votes. But the polls did close a little more than 20 minutes ago. We're sitting here at Kairos Auditorium at City Hall, Heather Atwood and Corey Kukuru of 1623 Studios, waiting for those results. We worked really closely with Grace Pori, the city clerk, right now about how quickly we can get those results relayed to all of you out there. And so working with 1620 Studios and Streamography behind the scenes, we're hoping to get that to you in as real time as possible, as instantaneously as possible for you. So we appreciate you staying with us tonight. Heather and I basically are biding our time here because we plan to speak with as many of the candidates who want to speak with us afterwards. We usually lead with the mayoral winner, and then It's sort of like a cattle call. It's a carousel, one a candidate after the other here. So we'll have all that for you as well. And we do believe Ethan Foran of the Times, after he sends his story off for the print version, may sit down with us once again to sort of recap things and go over those results and maybe get a little granular on what unfolded this evening.
So Corey, I know it's getting very exciting. You can hear the room getting louder, and it feels as if those numbers are going to be coming in very soon. But I want to ask you a question while we have a second.
Sure.
So you and I were at our homes, and we would talk every couple of days about what we were seeing in the election and the campaigns. And I was watching those forums, and I was reading the Gloucester Times. I'm not on Facebook. And I was hearing these very, informed, involved, really interested candidates, and I was impressed by them, and I'm reading Ethan's articles, and it's basically all the facts. And you're on Facebook, and you're having an entirely different campaign experience.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so, and I was completely ignorant of, any sort of thing that was snarky and the tension and all that. So I had, it was like two different elections. I began to realize you were having all this content that I didn't have access to. And I'm sure this happens across the city if people aren't on Facebook.
It's an interesting point, Heather, because Facebook still remains, for what you want to say about it, the most popular website on Cape Ann still. So that's where most people sort of live and breathe.
Right.
It's not it's not quite a Snapchat population around here in Gloucester, I'd say. But yeah, so you do see that. You do see a couple different, you see the best and worst of what social media has to offer in a situation like that. So you see a groundswell of support for some candidates, and then you see a lot of that sharp criticisms, misinformation.
Right.
So there was plenty of that too. What was interesting that we've sort of seen in preliminary results and what's happened in years past is just because there's a lot of smoke and noise in the social media game, it doesn't necessarily translate to what happens at the polls.
Right, I think that's true too, yeah. So I feel as if there's an issue that needs to be addressed here. Some sort of, it would be great if there was a stream of information about probably all the news in the city that was more funneled into one spot. A communal pool of information used to be a newspaper, a good newspaper that everybody read, so everyone was getting the same information. But I don't think they are.
I think it might be content collaborations moving forward. I mean, you see how we're working with the Gloucester Times, for example, and City Hall. We have like a very close relationship with Sawyer Free Library and among others, and it's just it's that whole skywriting, conundrum where everybody wants to be able to have their message broadcast like skywriting, and everyone that you want to see that message sees that message, or has the ability to see that message. And it's a tricky thing. Like, I've tried doing it in my personal life and through my business, is you try to have that funnel, that one-stop shop for information, but there's just so much information out there now, true and untrue. How do you corral that? That's why we always hammer home this point. It's the hyper-local level is where you can really, really make a difference and not be soured by what goes on in levels far, far, far above your head, and see what's affecting you directly in your community, your children, your elders, our environment, that all really happens here. And you see how nip and tuck some of these races are, and we're expecting a lot of that this evening. And just how, we've seen some races where it would have just been one extra coffee date with a handful of constituents, or one break here or there. It could be, weather, something silly, a car breakdown, and someone doesn't vote, or someone's just, and that sort of changes everything.
Yeah, and these are big decisions in people's lives. Yeah, it's the real stuff. Yeah.
And another thing we want to point out too, there are about 24,000 registered voters here in Gloucester, and 28 people are running for public office this year. That is 0.12% of the population of just registered voters. It's actually less than 0.1% when you factor in the 30,000 odd plus people who actually live in Gloucester too. So no matter what your thoughts are, like these are largely thankless positions that require a ton of work. I think if if more people out there knew how much money these public servants actually get or don't get, it might change your attitude about how these folks are treated, because it's no easy job.
No.
It takes away from their social lives, their family lives. It's not easy work, And I'm no apologist at all, but I'm just saying, like, this, it ain't easy.
No,
and especially in this age of social media
Exactly.
and misinformation.
And the hostility that they have to deal with, and that's a euphemism to say hostility. There's always an angry constituent.
Okay, Heather, so we are hearing some shouts from the floor, but we're waiting for the results. Let me check my phone real quick, because I do have some people texting me who may be a little more inside. That's a no. So yeah, I know in 2023, it took about 35 minutes or so after the polls closed, so around 8:35 or so, when we have the results. Now, we don't know if it's going to be a trickle in ward by ward, or one fell swoop, here's everything. But we'll deal with that on the fly. So again, thanks for joining us. It's now the bottom of the hour, 8:30 p.m. here, live from Kairou's Auditorium here at Gloucester City Hall. Corey Cooker alongside Heather Atwood at 1623 Studios brings you wire-to-wire coverage of this year's election campaign. And it is a humdinger right now, because two big names, incumbent Greg Verga and longtime city official Paul Lundberg, are facing off in the big race this evening too. We have two other large names who are departing the council, and Jeff Worthley and Val Gibbon. We spoke to them in our first hour of coverage this evening, which means we'll have two people, at least, right? Two, at least, for at-large councilor positions.
Yes,
right?
Yes, two new people,
Yeah.
right, yeah,
And then, of course, in school committee race, we have 10 candidates running for 6 spots. So we'll see how that plays out around. We have, I believe, is it 3 or 4 new folks running for school committee this year as well. Now, we want to point out that while 6 folks are voted on the school committee, the mayor is also the de facto 7th member of that committee as well. So
that could be a new
ex
member
officio
too.
member. I'm sorry, and that could be a new person as well.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot to that we're dealing with this evening. We have a lot of balls we're juggling right now as we're waiting. So we kind of keep our eyes on the floor in case City Clerk Grace Poirier emerges. I remember in years past, former City Clerk Joanne Sinos would be hounded. It was like seagulls at Good Harbor Beach when everybody would crowd around her with the printed out results. We're trying to expedite that process this year.
But she's hidden away this year, right?
She is. She's tucked away in the bowels here of City Hall, working on those results too. You see more and more of the campaign teams and candidates are starting to form here to hang out.
I thought I saw Jason Groh walk by.
Yep, we bumped into Jason earlier today.
Yeah.
So this should be a good one, Heather.
I know.
And we do appreciate, we're pretty proud of the coverage that we've been providing here at 1623 Studios. For those of you watching us on Channel 6 or on 1623 Studios YouTube channel, so thanks for being with us. As we sort of are pivoting here as well, we added 9,000 more graphics this year to kind of show you all the breakdowns. We did the voter's guide again this year, which we sort of beefed up even further. And we also interviewed Ethan Foreman and Grace Poirier for that as well. And it's always tricky, Heather. Like, you and I have to get caught up in these issues the best we can too.
We do.
It's a lot to keep up with.
We spent a lot of time researching things in the past couple of weeks. But we also have to mention the 1623 team that covered most of the forums and debates. Were they forums or debates? That's the one thing I'm not quite sure.
They always end up being more like forums than actual debates, but just
but
night after
busy.
night after night of coverage, because not only were they serving the Gloucester municipal election season, but they're also dealing with Manchester by the Sea and Rockport and Essex. We serve all 4 communities.
Town meetings,
Town meetings, planning board, school committee. I mean, school board, you name it. You know?
They were very busy in the past couple of months.
Yeah.
But I keep applauding those forums, saying that I think that that's where a lot of information happened. I'm telling you, I learned a lot about the school committee and the strike from listening to that one forum in the Magnolia Library. It was really interesting.
So we are a little past 8:30 p.m. here as we wait for the results. for this year's election. This is around the time when we started to get results in 2023. So we're just waiting for the signal there too. And like I said, we have a lot of heavily contested races this year. It seems the last we heard that voter turnout was pretty robust this time around. We'll see. I believe we're going to top the 2023 election rather easily. So we'll see if we can push up near that 1/3 of registered voters participating this time around. So.
We talked about this earlier, but I'm going to say it again because maybe this is an indication of turnout, that we were unable to find a guest host, which is why we're having to fill airspace right now.
Right.
Because everyone in the city was basically committed to a mayoral candidate. So we could not find a neutral person to sit with us and talk about the election, as Paul Lundberg did 2 years ago.
That's right.
Yeah.
And he was key for us throughout the.
He was great.
So we take our notes after big coverage events like this. We call it a postmortem, but and it was just sort of what can we do better, what went right, what went wrong, and tops on that list was how helpful Paul Lundberg was to be in that seat. Throughout the evening too. So anyway, we'll see. Paul could be joining us again tonight. So could incumbent Mayor Greg Verga, and we'll try to have as many of the candidates join us tonight as well once those results are finalized. Now, we do want to say once again, the results you see tonight are not actually the official results of the election. That comes another 10 days from now when all the absentee ballots and the vote by mail ballots are accounted for. And if there are very tight races here tonight, there's a recount process. Grace Poirier, the city clerk, explained that to us. She walked us through it for the voter's guide a couple weeks ago. And that requires a hand count. And we witnessed that in real time 4 years ago, too. That was pretty crazy. And I remember.
And the candidates have to request it.
That's right.
So, but that was Tracy O'Neill and Barry Pett.
Yeah. And I remember Frank Margiotta was involved in something years ago too, because I remember he and his family were waiting for word there as well, and that came down to a final tally too.
Well, he was a write-in. He ended up being a write-in
because he moved from Ward 3 to Ward 4.
Right.
Yeah. And then of course there's always the votes are. We just got word that the votes are almost in now, so. I don't know if that means the physical delivery of the votes here, or if they're tabulating them downstairs right now. But we're quickly approaching that moment. Yeah,
this is the moment we've all been waiting for. That's for sure. A lot of people.
Yeah, and what's funny, folks, is so you see the turnout inside Cairo City Hall auditorium this evening. What happens is you're going to hear a big roar once the numbers are posted. And then almost as quickly as they're posted, people kind of follow out. They file right out. They're going to their after parties, which are dotted throughout the city this evening.
Are we going to an after party, Corey?
Well, you and I are having our own party this evening. We have our own little tradition.
Yeah, right, exactly.
when these evenings end too. So we'll be out and about as well. So anyway, that's our deal right now. We just kind of wait this out. Like I said, we have some big races this evening. A lot of question marks, right? The no-brainer.
And they could be close.
We are expecting some close calls. This is what happened last time around too. Close call in that at-large race between the 4th position and the 5th position, that cutoff spot. And we also had ward races. We had 2 of them that were decided by less than 100 votes. Right. So, and that included the Scott Memhard race, and now we have a repeat race between Marjorie Grace and Joe Orlando in Ward 3. So. Right. We shall see. And of course, the Donald Geddes and Dylan Benson race in Ward 2 happened 2 years ago as well. So another layer of interest there.
Benson ran against Geddes 2 years ago? No.
Benson ran against, I thought.
No, Epstein.
Oh, that's right. It was Epstein. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's where we're at right now. So we're literally just waiting. I'm supposed to be getting texts from someone.
I see Dylan Benson right there.
There's Dylan.
Yeah.
Yeah, not quite yet.
Not quite. Is Grace texting you?
No, it would not be Grace.
Oh, okay.
Even more inside than Grace. Someone between Grace's head and the sheet of paper, I believe. So, yeah. And then we also have the giant projector screen set up here at City Hall, as usual. So that's why they'll hear the groans. In another room downstairs is where Grace Poirier is now working on that tabulation. And there are campaign officials with her waiting as well. So we might as well give a tip of the cap to all the poll workers today and volunteers who helped make this thing happen. You'd be so surprised. We've learned so much about the duty of a poll worker and what's going on in these precincts.
Right, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. And just getting them all set up.
There's Jeff Worthy, there's Sean with the Queenie.
Yeah. One thing it's important for people to know is that these results will be posted on your television screen in the same time that we see them.
Yeah.
So we're going to be seeing them in real time all together. So as you see it on your television screen, we will be seeing it for the first time.
Yeah, when I'm grabbing my phone, I'm just trying to get a heads up that, hey, here, the numbers are coming. But we also have Emily Games of our from 1620 Studios with a whiteboard directly behind our camera person, Joan Boyven, right there, to fill us in ASAP. So that's it. We kind of knew it would take this long to figure things out, right? You have the voting, the ballots being transported from Lanesville and from Magnolia. It is now 8:40 p.m. now, so the polls closed just over 40 minutes ago. And more people are filing in, so this is sort of where things sort of come to a head.
So what they do is they send the chip from each each voting polling spot.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, every polling location, right.
Yeah.
So that chip is sent in, and then at each precinct the printout is actually posted on the site.
So people in those precincts will know before we will.
Yeah, they'll know who their ward counselor is.
Yeah, exactly.
Until they start, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which is interesting.
Yeah, so once again, Corey Cooker alongside Heather Atwood at 1620 Studios brings you continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. The polls have closed. We're waiting for the results for all of tonight's races. We don't know if it's going to come in dribs or in drabs or one fell swoop, but we're here for it either way. So obviously the big topics tackled this year: affordable housing, the working waterfront, downtown parking, remnants of the teacher strike and what moves on with the school next, wastewater management. There's a lot of big ticket items, and it seems to be these items that just don't seem to go away. Like, these are things that we're just going to have to deal with moving forward.
Housing.
Yeah.
And a lot of the discussions were saying, people were saying in the discussions, we've had enough plans. We're done with plans. It's time to actually do something about housing.
Yeah.
So I think that will be something for these candidates in this term there's going to be a lot of demand that we get some action.
Right. So, but what's interesting is how those topics they just stay with us. The housing crisis is a real thing. But what we've learned a lot throughout this campaign season and in years past too is Val Gilman just said there's no magic solution to this, but we do need some magic because there is very limited space, and some of that stuff is no fault of the city. There are only so many parcels out there that you can do something with, and how and when can that begin? So these are all big things we have to deal with. You know, it's interesting to me is the real estate market in our neck of the woods doesn't seem to be softening at all.
No,
where it does in other
it doesn't.
places, you know.
Right.
And we're surrounded by the ocean, at least on three sides of us, depending on where you live. So I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. You know, I remember growing up here too. The big concern after high school or your college age is, how can I afford to stay here? Do I have a job for me here in Gloucester? You know, and it's tricky. Can my kids, we be able to raise my kids here and send them to school too? So massive, massive issues, you know?
Well, two of the council candidates.
Okay, we just got word too that we're just waiting for one final ward to come in. We're not sure which ward that is, but once that one ward is in, we will have those results for you ASAP.
I was just going to say that was an issue with two of the councilor candidates, that their children can't live here.
Right.
And one was Alexandra Grace, who we have interviewed on Cape Ann Today in the past.
True.
Marjorie Grace's daughter is a lovely musician and teaches music lessons here and performs around the area, and she couldn't afford to live here. So Marjorie built an apartment in her home, which is one of the ways that they're talking about expanding housing across the city.
Yeah. zoning and permits, and then of course the parking situation is always a huge topic here as well.
Right.
And where can you do it? What happens with the I-4C2 lot? And the city is largely hamstrung when it comes to things like this too, right? And we spoke with Mayor Greg Verga not long ago, speaking about that what you know as the old Tallies parcel, sort of where Washington Street begins, down towards Commercial Street there. And that's owned by a multi-billion-dollar corporation who couldn't care less about moving that or making it serve the community best, too.
Okay, one of my favorite lines from the forums was Patty Page said, do we have a housing crisis or a crisis of greed?
Right?
Right?
There's something to consider.
It's a good question. Yeah.
So if you're just tuning in, we have yet to get the numbers in on this year's election, but we did just hear a few moments ago that we're waiting for one final ward to be accounted for, and then we will share those numbers with you in real time. We are synced up with the spreadsheet right here at City Hall. They'll feed right into our graphics. And you won't be staring at a spreadsheet. We actually souped them up this year, too. So you're looking at pretty graphics brought to you by 1623 and Streamography as well. And then we'll break down each race, and then we will be sitting with many of the candidates this evening afterwards for their results, for their reaction to tonight's results. So you see we have Verga and Lundberg going for mayor. It's Prendergast, Kimberly, Groh, Page, McQueenie, and Gross for councilor at large. School committee, we have 10 folks running for 6 spots. So you have all your incumbents, Clancy, Weeson, McKean, Melvin, Prince, and Minio going up against Taber and Liakis, and Daigle and Hodgkins. So, and then of course we have 3 contested ward races, wards 1, 2, and 3, and then ward 4 and 5 uncontested. That's Frank Marjot in ward 4 and Sean Nolan in ward 5. So interesting stuff all around. 28 folks ran for public office in this election cycle. That's up, I believe, from 25 in 2023. But still, that is only 0.1% of registered voters vying to run for public office. So be gracious out there, folks. It is no easy task doing this. It's pretty time consuming. And we've heard from Val Gilman and Jeff Worthley earlier. You know, they love what they do, and sometimes some folks just physically can't do it anymore.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Well, that was interesting that Jeff Worthley alluded to the fact that a city councilor is paid $31 a day for the work they do.
Yikes.
I know, right? I think a paper route might pay better.
Right. Well, and I think back to the teacher strike last fall, and just thinking about no matter which side of the equation you fell on, just what the school committee was trying to deal with, trying to figure out the contract and dealing with, social media life and a public life where it just becomes that much more magnified. And that's how it is these days too. It's like, I hate to say it, Heather, but it's like most people, they don't want to run for this. These people, they choose to run and serve their community.
Exactly.
So for that, they should be, applauded.
And term after term. I mean, some of the people in the school committee, those incumbents have been there many years.
Yeah.
Kathy Clancy and Melissa Prince.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, and one of the things they talked about that was so painful was to be told that they don't respect the teachers when they've been so involved in the schools for so many years with their own children and grandchildren. Yeah. So that was a tough moment for them.
I heard another interesting point too, Heather, along the campaign trail this season. It's usually when the newcomers come to the race, it's new energy, right? They always, some will tout that they are more connected to a youthful vote that can represent younger voters and sort of turn the tide. The voter turnout for ages 18 to 29, I believe, in the city is less than 10%. I think it was 8% a couple of years ago. So that's tricky. Now, the population is aging here, but still, those are pretty weak numbers, right?
I don't know. I think it's something to really talk about, this, the way people can absorb the news and the news in their community. Because if young people are not getting any information, it's these are big decisions, and just voting is an important civic action, and it does define your community. So if it's not happening, or it's not happening in an informed way. It's a problem.
And I'd be really interested to see what those final numbers are tonight regarding the turnout, because
Yeah.
in these hyperlocal elections where the margins are so narrow, turnout is the biggest factor. And it ought to be again this year. It definitely is this year if you're going to leave 2/3 of potential voters on the sidelines, you know?
Right, exactly. We've never waited so long for the results, right?
Right, we got to be around 8:45 or so, maybe even 8:50.
10 up, I think.
8:48 here, local time, as you're watching continued coverage of the 2025 Gloucester municipal election. The polls have closed close to 50 minutes ago, and we are waiting for those final results. If I look away at my phone, folks, please don't take it personally. I'm waiting to see.
People are gathering at the door, sort of.
Yeah. And then, as I said, once those results are official, you're going to see them flash on the screen, and we'll walk through all of them with you, and then we'll bring you as many candidates as possible, beginning with mayor-elect, and we will take it from there. So this is a very familiar scene. You start to see more of the campaign folks sort of trickle in to Kairou's auditorium.
I haven't seen Verga. Have you seen him here?
I have not yet either.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to imagine at some point, unless it's really too close to call, there's probably a phone conversation going on between Paul Lundberg and Greg Verga, right?
Right, I know, exactly.
Even though these results won't be official, they could be definitive either way. So, okay, let's reset the table, folks. Hi, I'm Corey. She's Heather. We're with 1623 Studios, and we are bringing you live coverage of this year's election here in Gloucester. We are waiting now, as we have been for close to an hour, for those results to be tallied. The final ward that they were waiting for has arrived, so we're waiting for the count to be finalized here too, and then we'll get that to you ASAP. I feel like I'm talking on radio when I keep repeating myself every 90 seconds or so. But
you know who's having a hard time right now is Ethan Foreman, because his deadline was 8:45.
Yeah, for the print edition.
Right.
Yeah.
And he said that for every minute he goes over deadline, the newspaper is charged a lot of money. They lose a lot of money. So this is a problem for the Gloucester Times this evening.
It really is, too.
Yeah.
And Ethan does great work, too. I mean, it's,
fantastic.
for a lot of the process, he's sort of a one-man wrecking crew out there, trying to cover all this. Like we said, 28 candidates, highly contested rate. We had a preliminary contest that was big this year as well. That's normally not the case.
Right.
Where it's a tight race and with big names. And here we are, too, with a lot of those sort of big storylines this year. Outgoing councilors Val Gilman and Jeff Worthley, longtime public servants Greg Verga and Paul Lundberg facing off in that race. How much did that teacher strike last year affect the school committee race this time around, with 4 newcomers joining the race against the 6 incumbents? And then, of course, we have 3 ward races. One is a repeat from 2 years ago. That is in Ward 3 between Joe Orlando and Marjorie Grace. Of course, you have Scott Memhard and Tracy O'Neill in Ward 1, and Donald Jedis and Dylan Benson in Ward 2. We keep hearing for a rise in the volume on the floor to see if we have results. Not yet.
Wow. Not only did Ethan Foreman have to absorb, as we did too, all the information about these candidates.
Now we hear the results are about to be shared. So
I just wanted to say that he and we also had to manage another election, because there was already an election in this process, the preliminary election.
All right. So we think they're in?
Again, we're anticipating that you will receive the results on your television screen as we receive the results.
Yes, if things work like they did in practice.
Exactly. You never know.
Yeah.
So it's that information has to come from the basement of City Hall to this room right now.
Yeah. Heather, are you ready for like 20 interviews as soon as we have these results?
I would like to talk to some other people, truthfully.
Okay, the results are in. The results are in, folks. And again, these will be unofficial results for 10 days. But here we go.
Here we go.
And there you go. Paul Lundberg has defeated Greg Verga, the incumbent for mayor. 57 57% to 42%. We won't round those quite yet.
Yeah.
But there you go, and you see 4,719 votes for Lundberg to just under 3,500 votes for Verga. So once again, challenger Paul Lundberg will be the new mayor. Who else? He's going to be joining us shortly. Are there other results to share first here, guys?
He's headed our way.
We will. Yeah, we can hold them aside as we walk through the other results. True. So there you have it, folks. So, wow.
Yeah, that's a big divide.
All right, and now for Councilor at Large. Newcomers Hannah Kimberly and Patty Page are in, as are incumbents Jason Groh and Tony Gross. And McQueenie and Prendergast do not make it this time around. So there you have it. So Tony Gross, who I believe was the top vote getter 2 years ago for at large, and Jason Groh are back in, joined by Hannah Kimberly and Patty Page.
It's nice to see two women on the council,
Right.
as Val had said.
Okay, let's move on to the next race, folks. I don't know if you want to let's do school committee. Unless they just, you know what, this is where we're actually populating these graphics with check marks right now. So whenever you guys are ready to share the next result, we're ready for you. Okay, school committee. Incumbents Kathleen Clancy and Laura Wason and Bill Melvin Jr. are in. Incumbent Jeremy McKean did not make it, nor did Naz Taber. So Clancy Wason, okay. And newcomer Andrea Liakis and Heather Daigle are in. Melissa Texera Prince, longtime school committee member, is also in. Keith Minio, an incumbent, is out. So is newcomer Brianna Hodgkins. All right, and we will cycle back to these again too. So here is the result by ward. So you see Lundberg here in Ward 1. And these are strong turnouts. I can tell you from knowing those numbers from last year.
Yeah.
Lundberg, both precincts, and Ward 2 as well. Okay, so we are back. Hey guys, do we want to show the ward races, those results really quickly for those waiting at home? And then we'll be joined by Mayor-elect Paul Lundberg in just a moment. Okay, so Ward 1 results. Scott Memhard over Tracy O'Neill, nearly 2-1. So the incumbent Scott Memhard is your winner. Congratulations to Scott. Okay, Ward 2, Marjorie Grace, 2-1 over Joe Orlando. Congratulations to Marjorie. We have that. We need Ward 2. Unless that is not quite in yet.
There we go.
There we go. Dylan Benson is a repeat winner for Ward 2 over Donald Jettis. 3-1 in those votes as well. So, okay, we have that covered. Of course, if we give a little bit of sunlight to Frank Marjota in Ward 4 and then Sean Nolan in Ward 5, what do you know? Congratulations, Frankie. So there you go there.
Yeah.
The pressure's on Nolan now, 100%. Well, there you go, Sean. Congratulations.
Excellent.
So,
Yeah.
All right, back to the desk here, folks. Heather and I are joined by Mayor-elect Paul Lundberg to get your instant reaction to these results.
Congratulations.
How are you, Paul? Congratulations. All right. So there's that. All right, Paul, so hold the mic up high because we need you on that.
Hold the mic up high.
Yeah.
I will.
And I guess, Paul, congratulations.
I think she voted for you.
That's not your wife, is it, Paul?
Yeah, right.
That's not, no?
Okay, I'm holding the mic up close now.
There you go.
Time for me to talk.
Yeah. So congratulations.
Thank
and
you.
Obviously, your reaction.
Well, here's my first reaction is 2 years ago, the three of us were sitting right here on this stage, and you had asked me to give some color commentary on the races that were before the city at that time. Yeah. And, you know, we talked a lot about the amazing gifts that the candidates brought to the races. And all, you know, mayor candidates, city council candidates, and school committee candidates. We are blessed in this city with people who really want to give back to the city and are trying to find a way to do it. And this election this time also proved that. We are so fortunate that we had the competitions that we did. The voters are the ones who decided and are the ones who are going to benefit from this. And I'm so proud and I am so humbled by the confidence that the voters have showed me today.
Yeah. Paul, was it difficult running against Greg, because you've worked together for a lot of time, for a lot of years?
So I'll be a little nerdy. Our campaign philosophy was we weren't running against Greg. We were running for the city of Gloucester. We wanted to give the citizens a choice. Thank you. We felt, individually, we felt that the citizens deserved a choice of two qualified individuals for mayor, and that's what they got. And then we were able, over the course of the months, to demonstrate and to display what we thought our visions were, and the voters got to pick. And that goal was a really important goal. So
I want to be a little nerdy too, since we have you. Let's just start. You had talked about how you had wished Virga had been more of an advocate for housing.
Correct.
And you had worked on the housing production plan.
Yes.
You were part of that working group. So what are you advocating for right off the bat?
Right. So the problem of affordable housing is really difficult, and there's no one solution. There's 100 little solutions, and they are really kind of in the weeds. They are changes in the zoning, things that we can tinker with. The city does not create housing, it does not build housing, but we can influence how housing is built. And some of the zoning proposals that the Housing Production Plan Committee proposed that failed in the City Council 3 years ago are ones that still have great value, and we are going to bring them out of retirement and dust them off and see if we can't educate everyone as to why they are of benefit to them. We are always going to pay attention to neighborhood character. That is the essence of what we try and achieve in any governing situation. But we can also improve affordable housing and maintain the neighborhood character, and we're going to do that right away.
So, Paul, as you saw the election campaign unfold this summer, the preliminary results, you had very strong preliminary results,
yes,
too. So, what do you attest that to? And how did that inform what you did in the next 5 to 6 weeks?
Yeah. So what I attribute that to is the retail politics that we did, the identifying the voters who are going to make these decisions, which ones were going to come to the polls, knocking on their doors and addressing their issues specifically. People really want specifics, and they want them about what's going to happen next, not what happened last year and the year before. They really want to know what's going to happen next, and that's the theme that we had, and that resonated with the people. And sure enough, in the preliminary, it resonated pretty soundly with them. And so we just kept on going. We had a plan to continue to communicate those themes, and that's what worked. So what do you tackle first? Well,
housing.
I just talked about housing,
yeah.
And we're going to do something. We're going to do something about that. The other thing that is important that sometimes gets forgotten is the mayor is also a member of the school committee. Correct. By virtue of the city charter. And so I was also running for school committee. And the thing that we as a city control probably more than anything else are the quality of the schools. That is something that we, of course, we have a lot of funding requirements that we have to rely on outside sources for, particularly the state. But we control the curriculum, we control the energy, we can control the focus that we all make and the goals that we should set for our students. The students who graduate Gloucester High School are entering a competitive world, and we're going to make sure they are really competitive. And so that's something I take very seriously, the mayor's role as a member of the school committee.
Mm-hmm. Paul, what do you think your greatest strength is? And what will you bring personally to this building?
So I think that of all the things that I've learned over the years in my civic career and my business career is communication. and having our constituents understand what it is we're up against, what are the issues, and making sure that they are partners in understanding the problem so we can be partners in the solution. In my business career in the railroad industry, we had to do that. Our employees worked 24/7, virtually without supervision, and they needed to have the tools to do that. Those tools were the knowledge of the goals and the ability on when to ask for help and when they didn't need to ask for help, and my ability to communicate on a level that makes that understandable for people. I think that's my greatest strength.
So now we have this transitional period over the next couple of months. Can you explain this to us 2 years ago? What do you do in the next 8 to 10 weeks here before you actually take office?
The first thing is to make sure that the employees of the City of Gloucester know that this change of leadership is one that's a positive change for all of us, and that together we are going to be an incredible team. And I'm going to encourage that feeling of teamwork. We remember that those of us who work for the city, we do not work for a person. We work for the citizens of Gloucester, and that's a really important concept. So that's one of the things I'm going to be doing in the next early part of this transition, is to make sure that all the employees, and many of whom I know from my days on the City Council, that we establish that relationship right away, that we are here to do this job together, and we're going to do it really, really well.
Are there any issues that you wish had come up in the campaign season that weren't touched upon enough, or something that you feel strongly that just didn't come up at all?
So the one issue that came up, and and we had an incomplete discussion, is the business atmosphere in our city and what the city can do to be a good civic business partner to the small businesses and to the large businesses. You know, one of the things that's really important for a city, and especially for us, because we are fortunate enough to have an industrial base, that the share of the tax burden can be shared more with the businesses than when just the residences, and the businesses have to be successful to do that. So what can we do to make those businesses successful? What can the city do to be a good civic business partner? And that is something that came up many times, and we never really had a proper way to get to the bottom of what the solutions would be. And I believe there are solutions, and I believe that we can really find a way to make, for instance, Main Street, as opposed to being a collection of 30 or 40 individual businesses, can be a cohesive destination for people who want to visit our city. And that's a marketing thing, but it's also an economic energy thing, and I think that the city can play a role in that.
So, Paul, I know you mentioned this earlier in your campaign, but why mayor and why now? Why is it so important to you right now?
I really believe that we are at a crossroads. The issues of education and housing, if we don't get to solving them, the character of our city is going to change. The population, the diversity of population that we enjoy, we have all kinds of people who live here, that if the housing prices become higher and higher and start becoming out of reach of many of those diverse groups, our community will change, and that change is happening now, and that's why this is the moment. This is the moment that I can give my energies and my skills to that particular problem, and then educate the next generation of leaders, because that's the other thing I intend to do. The younger generation, the people who are thinking about running for city council and thinking about running for mayor and want to join the boards, committees, and commissions, I want to help them figure out that they can do it too, and make that next generation ready to go.
Well said. So I guess, Paul, would you like a final word for your team and the voters?
Well, the final word is, of course, a big thank you to everyone. My team, my campaign team, and all the people who supported me from the beginning. they also believed in those things I just said. And the voters have responded, and I thank them for their confidence. I discovered that running for mayor is way different than running for my city council days. The relationship between the mayor and the people is a more personal relationship, and one that the people really are relying on that person to do the things that need to be done. And I'm humbled by that, and I'm really excited to be able to have this opportunity.
Very interesting.
Well, congratulate you, Paul Lundberg.
Thank you so much.
Mayor-elect for the city of Gloucester.
And thank you guys for doing this, because this is so important. And, you know, as you have evolved your skills and technology over the last few elections, it's gotten even better that you can give the people in Gloucester a view of what's happening here, and this is really great. So
I think we're going to have to look for another color commentator in 2027.
Yes, you are.
We missed you. We really did miss you this year.
I will always do that for you if I'm able. Okay.
Well, thanks once again. Congratulations.
Thank you
I'm sure we'll see you sooner than later.
Okay, you will.
Thank
All right, have a great night. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor-elect Paul Lundberg here, and he is the winner on this year's mayoral race over incumbent Greg Verga. If you want to show those numbers again, team, we can share those with the public once again. And there they are. 57 to 42%, folks. There's the breakdown by ward. I believe Paul won every precinct on the way. So pretty definitive decision this evening as well. And like we said, there's that strong Ward 4 turnout, Heather, we talked about earlier, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, we have a carousel of candidates who want to join us. So we'll wave them up. And okay, so we are back. Jason Grow is about to sit with us.
Thank you. Right up against the mouth. Yep.
Hi, Jason. Good. Wow.
How are
Doing
you,
our
Jason?
best. Doing our best. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to see you once again.
Yes, I know, right?
Yeah.
Twice a
yeah,
day.
we ran into each other this morning,
I
actually.
heard. Yeah.
I was on my morning walk, or my afternoon walk. So, all right, so Jason, right off the top, I guess, your reaction to the results.
As always, surprise. Yeah, I mean, I'm delighted, and you know, it was. I really didn't know how things were going to go this time. You know, when you go through a term and you have to make a lot of difficult decisions and you make a lot of people upset with you, you know, this is payback day.
No, it's true.
So, you know, I'm just grateful. I think it does validate that if you have to make tough decisions and you have to be honest with people and you're straightforward about what's going on and the consequences and all that this is kind of a validation that that's the right course to go with people.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so this is my big question for you, Jason.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke a lot about these children who want to come back and live in Gloucester.
Yes.
And you are trying to make this city a place where young people can return to and live and work in. Why do those children of yours want to come back so badly?
Okay.
What is it about this city they love so much that they want to come back?
When they were growing up, I'll tell you this for sure. All their friends used to go to Florida and Disneyland and all that stuff like that. And they would come to me and they'd complain. They'd say, Dad, we never go on vacation anywhere. And I would open up the door and I would look like this and I'd say, you live where people vacate. This is it. And I think that, you know, I talked to Matilda who's living in London. You know, London's a great city. She says, you know, but I really miss Gloucester. I really miss where I am, where I'm from. And, you know, Jemima, we got Maisie for a little while longer, so she's hopefully going to stick around for a few more months.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I think the mission for us when we had kids was to raise them in a place where they could establish roots, have a sense of home, a place to come back to. And we did our part. Now we need to make it so.
So what is it that Matilda loves? What do you think it is she loves about this place? And I'm thinking that there are other children like her that are living in London or someplace wonderful, but they just want to come back to Gloucester.
What's not to love? I mean, seriously, it's beautiful. We have everything here.
It is.
You know, I mean, the only thing we don't have is a ski slope, and that's literally it.
Yeah.
But you know, we don't need to build one of those. We can go up the hill.
Right.
No, we have everything. We have the ocean. I mean, the ocean is probably the most important part. But the beach, the ocean, the harbor, I mean, my kids grew up in the harbor, literally in the water. Right. We didn't have to bathe them for almost 12 years So it was all done for us.
Yeah.
And no, they love being here, you know, and why not? And the people, you know.
We always say there's a magnet under the bridge that
There
draws
is.
everybody
There
back
is.
one way or another.
Yeah.
I knew
interesting.
I knew that our family had partially been accepted as sort of, you know, legitimate people from Gloucester when my girls were asked to row in the same boat races during Fiesta.
There we go.
And that
Yeah,
was
there you go.
huge.
Well, that's community, right?
That is
And
community.
Yeah,
and I figured,
that,
okay, I will always maybe be an outsider, but they belong.
Yeah, right.
And that was it.
right. That
So-
that's the answer I wanted.
Yeah.
That community thing.
Community thing.
Yeah.
It is. That is
Yeah.
community.
So, Jason, there'll be a lot of new faces this year that you'll be working with. I'm just wondering what you hope to accomplish, like in the next couple of years here. Like, what, you know, I'm not saying, so you don't have to, I'm not asking for world peace.
Yeah,
We
right.
are, but, you know, like, what do you think
You
is
know,
attainable? And,
it's about incremental change. It's about these little baby steps we have to take to get to the goal. And there are things that we can work on now in terms of trying to generate some new development or something going on in Railroad Avenue, that area where the Shaws used to be. But I think mostly it's about proving to the community that when we make these changes, they are incremental. They're not going to be broad brush changes that are going to change the scope of the city overnight. That, you know, you make little changes here, little changes there, and you build up to what you're hoping to accomplish. So it may take a few years, and you know, it may not be successful till I'm long gone off the council. But you know, as I said in my speech to 1623, that build not for today alone, but for tomorrow alone, or for tomorrow as well. That's a challenge. It's not a pithy little saying. It's a challenge to really think about what kind of community are we trying to leave for our kids, and that's all I care about. I'll be lucky if I'm around for another 20 years, right? But they got their whole lives ahead of them, and I don't want them to look back, you know, when they're kicking the dirt over me and saying, you know, he really didn't do what he hoped to do. You know, he let us down, and I'm not going to do that.
Are you looking forward to that housing production plan coming back?
Oh, so much so.
I bet.
It's the compass plan now.
Yeah, oh, the compass
Yeah,
plan.
I
right.
can't wait.
Okay.
That plans, I love plans. So many plans.
So many plans. Yeah.
so, Jason, is there something you want to say to your supporters?
Just that I'm really grateful that they came out. I mean, you know, the numbers were decisively positive. Couldn't beat Tony. But, you know, it could have gone a much different way. And, you know, the people, I think, like I said, stepped up. They recognize that these decisions are hard to make sometimes, and that, you know, we're doing the best we can to move things forward as incremental as we can. And I'm grateful for that support.
Well, we thank you for your service and congratulate you on tonight. And look forward to working with you, especially for the next 2
look
years
forward
or
to
so.
it. It's
right?
good to see you. We'll make a habit of this every 2 years.
Yeah, let's do that.
Good plan. Thank you.
I'll see you on the streets again.
Yes,
Jason.
indeed.
Okay,
Take
thank
care.
you very much. Jason Grove, folks, at-large councilor-elect. Once again, the incumbent is back in. He was one of the top vote getters. I think he was second, right, just behind Tony Gross, too. So that is it. Hannah Kimberly, who's we new to the at-large council committee.
But not new. We know her from Cape Ann today.
Oh, absolutely, we do. Yeah, we've known Hannah for quite some time, too. So, again, if you guys want to show the at-large results once again real quickly,
Hi,
folks.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you hear me on the floor, there we go. So, Hannah, as you join us, hello and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And your reaction?
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm excited to get to work.
How did the campaign feel for you? All those forums, all the interviews, how did
The
that
forums
go?
were great. It was lots of learning, and it was a really, really grassroots campaign.
And what do you mean by that?
Just lots of people helping and not a lot of money.
Yeah. So, why do you think your message resonated with voters? I mean, you're not new to this realm, but there was a resounding number of votes to get you in there.
Yeah, I think probably my association in some ways with the League of Women Voters, with the Human Rights Commission, also with Women's Equality, Cape Ann, We Can. So there's a lot of folks there, and people just got the word out, sent postcards to their friends on my behalf, made phone calls, and I think people liked what they heard.
Yeah, and I think what hit home for a lot of people too is you're reflecting on how the housing crunch has affected you directly.
Absolutely. Yeah, me and so many others.
Yeah.
So you are, as you just noted, you're the president of the Cape Ann, the League of Women's Voters Cape Ann, Human Rights Commission chair, and We Can. So you're very active in those organizations. So what pushed you to run for office?
Mostly just my work in civic engagement, really.
Is there something you felt like you could accomplish in particular, or generally?
I think generally, just helping. I already do things to help out around the city, and this would be the next step forward.
But Hannah, it's not easy being a public servant in this day and age, right? With
No.
social media, misinformation, we could go on and on and on. So how do you plan on navigating that? Do you feel prepared for that? I mean, we know, like we said, that you've been contributing in so many ways for so long. But do things feel different out there?
Well, I'm not a huge social media person to begin with. And my philosophy about social media, in terms of me personally, is what other people say about me is none of my business.
Well said.
Yeah.
What are some of the issues that you can't wait to sort of sink your teeth into and help out as an at-large counselor?
Housing affordability is a big one for me. But I think it is for so many people.
Yeah, and that just seemed almost like items 1 and 1A for you through the campaign. Like, that's just really how it is, and that's just the state we're living in right now.
Well, I've had friends move away, colleagues move away. It seems like Maine is very popular. New Hampshire is very popular.
Yeah.
I've had colleagues who commute all the way to Maine and New Hampshire from Massachusetts. So I think it's something that touches all of us.
So Jason just mentioned the Compass Plan, which was formerly the Housing Production Plan. I'm sure you're aware of all the dynamics there. Are you looking forward to getting involved in that kind of work, thinking about rezoning again?
I would be. Someone asked me about committees, and I said, I haven't thought about committees yet because I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
And I don't want to jinx anything. So.
But there was also a lot of talk about, can we have in the forums, let's quit with the plans and just get
it done.
Right? Yeah. So what would you love to see finished in 2 years when this term is over? Got any ideas?
I would like to see us further along in housing affordability. That would be my main thing. I think we've got a good council who can work together, which is really exciting. And so we'll see where we go.
And lastly, did you have a quick word for your supporters tonight?
Yes. I want to thank, where's the camera? There they are.
You can use the middle one there.
Thank you all so much for your support. Even of those of you who I don't know, that was magical for me to drive around the city and see my signs at people's yards that I don't know who they are. Thanks for writing postcards on my behalf and for reaching out to your friends and neighbors. I really, really, really appreciate your support.
Well, we congratulate you, Hannah. Welcome to the council. And I'm sure we'll be chatting sooner than later as well. So have a great night. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And thanks for your service, too. So Hannah Kimberly, newly elected to at-large council. It has been a big night. You can even flash up. I think Tony Gross is about to join us, too. Yeah, there we go with those at-large results. And Tony, the top vote getter, as he was in 2023. 5,000 plus. Big numbers.
Big numbers.
Tony.
Do we have a number in total turnout?
Well, we must have it somewhere. I don't know if we have it on us, but it feels like we're somewhere between 2023 and 2021 as far as turnout goes. Tony Gross, congratulations once again. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too.
You know, the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes wild.
I feel like we just did this with you. Just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So, Tony, we're asking everybody right off the top your reaction to the results.
Very pleased. Got to say that. I think it's a reflection on, the work we've been doing the last 2 years. Taking into consideration what the citizens of Gloucester want and need, and that's how we've run the city council.
Yeah. Go ahead. You have something?
Yeah, I want to ask you this question. I was so struck in the forums by your practicality, and also a little bit of grandiosity. In one sentence, you said, the city council needs to work on civility. And then the second thing you said was, and the city needs a new website. So to me, that was seeing the forest and the trees. Tell me about that.
Well, you sort of summed it up. We do need to, you need a real good platform for communication in the city. And we as the leaders of the city also need to be very respectful of each other so that spreads throughout the city, who we should be also respectful of our citizens. So, I mean, both of those are kind of, they do, the communication piece also means that you respect your constituents because you're trying to communicate through the best possible platform. Mm-hmm. So that's, those two things.
So Tony, it hasn't come, and how do you and Jason help Patty Page and Hannah Kimberly get acclimated to at-large life?
Well, a lot of help, and I've helped the other freshman counselors. They call, they want to know, what's the situation? And I don't guide them to my point of view. I just guide them to the situation and the facts and how to come to their own conclusions. So I think that's the best method to get, they didn't vote for one person, we voted for 9. So we should be able to learn from each other. Somebody very wise once said to me, you can't learn anything from people you agree with. And I think that's a very good point. So you have to be able to take into other points of view, but you also have to have all the information. You have to know how to access that information, and I think that's the best way to help them out.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to say to your supporters tonight? Because Tom Vote-Getter for at-large, not the first time that's happened.
No,
that's going to feel great.
I gotta say, it really does. It's very gratifying. I've put a lot of hard work into the city for a lot of years, and I'm really proud of the fact that the citizens of this city feel worthy to cast their vote for me, and I would really like to thank them very much for that.
Well, Tony, we thank you for your service once again and spending some time with us. You want to sneak in something?
Yeah, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
Is it harder to be a city councilor or a fisherman?
Depending upon the breeze.
Which applies to both, yeah.
So they both have their own set of skill sets, their challenges, but I really do enjoy them both.
Fish don't talk back. There's that.
They can fight back.
Well, thanks once again, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you guys for doing this, and thank you everyone who voted for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Have a great night. Enjoy.
Thank you.
All right. Tony Gross, once again, an at-large councilor for the city of Gloucester. I believe, is Marjorie Grace with us next, Emily? Marjorie's next. Okay, so if you want to show the Ward 3 Ward Council results. There's Marjorie. Sound victory over Joe Orlando for the second election in a row. She's about to sit down with us, so that was great. We've heard from a few different corners throughout the political season how impressed people are by Marjorie, and so are we. Hi, Marjorie.
Hi.
Good to see you again. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I guess your initial thoughts and reaction to the results tonight.
Well, I was extremely nervous going into this. I never assume anything. You never know what's going to happen. No matter how hard you work, you never know which way the chips are going to fall. So I'm grateful. I appreciate Mr. Orlando stepping in and throwing his hat in the ring. I think it's really important when people are willing to get involved. So I appreciate that, and I congratulate him on his efforts.
Yeah. Well, every ward presents its own challenges, but Heather and I often talk about, we were quoted, I believe, when she ran in 2023, about how everything sort of happens or goes through.
It's the best quote.
Anything that comes in through Gloucester, it touches Ward 3 in one way or another.
Yep, there's no way you're getting into Gloucester without going through Ward 3.
Yeah.
Not even if you come by boat.
And every decision makes a parking problem in Ward 3, right?
Yeah. So now that you've been in that public servant position for a term now, how has it shaped you and what you hope to work on moving forward?
It's listening to constituents is how you shape where you're going forward. One of the biggest concerns with Ward 3 is parking. and as you just mentioned, every time more comes in, we lose more parking. So, it's really important to me to continue to work on that, to find fair ways that, can alleviate the residents where, in the summertime where, they need a place to park then too, the overdevelopment, it's important to me to make sure, you're not going to stop development. That's the reality of life. However, we can shape that development and make sure that it is in keeping with the neighborhoods and that people don't feel as though they are just being marginalized or pushed out of their hometown, that their voice matters as well. And you shape it so that it's something beautiful and not just a box. So,
Have you, you've had one term in the city council. Do you feel as if you found your voice? Because that's a lot of, you've got to push back a lot.
Absolutely. There's a huge learning process. I didn't know what I didn't know going into this, 2 years ago. And it's you're constantly learning. And, my approach to it is I keep an open mind about everything. Anything that I go in there, I work really hard to study before going into meetings. I go over my packet 3 times to make sure that I really understand what's going on. You formulate opinions or ideas, but you can always learn something new in the process. So, I go into it with that understanding that I can always learn something new. And every day is a learning experience, and I've found my voice. It's been said that I am quiet, but when I have something to say, I say it. I think before I speak, I choose my words, and I don't shoot from the hip and ask questions later.
So. Well said. So, Marjorie, would you like to say a word to your supporters tonight? I mean, a pretty convincing win.
It was a convincing win. Thank you so much. Now I can sleep tonight. I'm very grateful for that.
And then right back to work.
Then right back to work. It's really the residents who make the choice, and we work hard, and we hope that they appreciate it, understand it, see it, and feel recognized. So I think that I have achieved that, and people are important to me. What they think, what they feel is important to me, and even if we don't understand or agree with something, you still need to validate people's right to feel and think what they feel and think. That's just the way it is, So I'm grateful to everyone that came out to help support and came out on this blustery day. I spent 6.5 hours down at Gloucester High School, and I'm still thawing out. So
you can warm up.
Thank you.
Post-party, So congratulations, Marjorie. Thank you for your service. I'm sure we'll be chatting with you sooner than later.
Absolutely. Wonderful.
Congratulations
awesome.
once
Thanks
again.
so much.
Thanks for being with us. Marjorie Grace, your Ward 3 City Councilor. It's reader. Okay, we have Dylan Benson next. Dylan's going to join us soon. You want to throw up the Ward 2 results? There's Dylan Benson.
Solid.
Resounding victory there. Nearly 3/4 of the total vote. Hey, Dylan.
Hi, Dylan.
Hey, how are you two doing?
How are you? So, all right, back with Dylan. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you both doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you both, and I want to thank the people of Ward 2 for voting for me, and to those that didn't vote for me, I will represent you these next 2 years, and we will solve problems that we've done these past 2 years of doing the constituent services, and we are going to really, truly tackle the affordability crisis, which is the #1 issue facing this community, and also the nitty-gritty constituent stuff that comes every day. We get calls about potholes, we get calls about dumpster being operated when it wasn't supposed to be operated. So these types of things we are going to be addressing. But the true thing that I was hearing throughout this election is truly solving that affordability crisis.
So what did you learn in your one term so far?
I think one thing I learned is the different dynamics of the council. I definitely came from a municipal background working for the city of Beverly for 6 years, understanding what the role is and understanding what the role isn't. But some of the intricacies of how this municipality operated differently than where I came from, understanding the types of things that come before this council that don't typically come before other councils, and the responsibilities that we have around zoning, around permitting these types of projects. I think that is a great responsibility, and the people of this city deserve to have that voice, and that's why we have it in place.
Do you feel like progress is being made on that
I do think so. But I think there's a lot more to do, and I think some of the things we can solve here locally, and then there's some things that we can't solve. I think one of the things we do need to work on is trying to find a way to get a grocery store back in that lot there. Right. We have to look at if the zoning changes would work there. How do we get a grocery store? Because we do have a food desert here in downtown, and many of the people that I represent, that is one of the issues that folks were asking, along with the affordability crisis, is making sure we have a grocery store here in downtown. And when that Shaw's closed, it was devastating for Ward 2.
Yeah, it was high impact.
Yes,
right?
very much so.
Is there any progress there that you know of?
I think there have been discussions about that. I think that we are really going to be looking to confront that in the next year ahead, and whether it's the zoning change works to, like, I know there's definitely things that have to be fixed at the bottom where the Shaw's was. Then I remember going there many years. There was leaks and all of that. So there's definitely cost. And would a zoning change work to encourage that repair? And then maybe a grocery store comes in. So hopefully I will continue to be working with the incoming administration, and in the next 2 years working with this upcoming administration. And I also do want to say to the mayor, Mayor Verga, he dedicated so much to this city, and he's been a great friend of mine, and I want to thank him for his service to this city.
Well said.
Thank you.
We'll let that applause linger. So Dylan, what I think is so cool about the ward councilor position is it is all about that neighborhood that you're in. So what do you love so much about being a ward councilor?
Well, I think one thing I really love about it is you really have more of a get to know you type of thing, of truly knowing the constituents versus like an at-large councilor. You don't know everyone that you're representing. But I will say, like, I've gotten to know so many people, and so many people even today came up to me and were supporting me and said, well, you delivered on this, or you delivered on that. You filled this pothole. You've answered every call that you had. You answered every email. And even when we didn't agree, you were honest with me about that. And that's something I think is different than being an at-large councilor. And I truly am honored, again, every single day to represent the people I grew up with as well.
Yeah, it's very noticeable. You've grown into the position, Dylan. Having talked to you 2 years ago, too. Like, you really sort of stepped up, in a great way.
Well, thank you.
So, and when you see the results tonight, I just don't know if you want to have any lasting words for your supporters.
Yeah, no, I want to thank every one of my supporters, and I want to thank the people that were out there in the terrible weather today, in the wind, and I know Mary Ann is out there, and I know my campaign manager, Ronnie, is out there, my partner, Carlos, my dad, who was out there, George Benson, who was out there knocking doors and leaving lit drop across there. Thank you so much. And to everyone who voted for me, the 74 plus that looks there, I want to thank them and thank them for believing in me for another 2 years. And I hope to continue to deliver for them and to show up for them every day.
Well, there you go.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so
Great
much.
speaking with you. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you soon.
We're going to
Dylan,
party like there's no tomorrow.
I believe it. I believe it, brother. All right, Dylan Benson, here is your Ward 2 councilor once again. And we are about to be joined by Frank. Now, 74 to 75% is really impressive for what Dylan Benson did.
Oh, yeah.
But 100% for Ward 4 is a whole other ballgame. Hey, Frank.
How'd you do that?
It's fantastic. No, really, it's a lot of hard work, and it just doesn't happen overnight. It really started 2 years ago, and really just getting to know the neighborhood and really answering those emails and phone calls from the people.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time and effort, but it's something I'm really happy to do. And to actually see the numbers today, it felt nice, because you're a little anxious regardless of whether you're running against someone or not.
Sure, and we're teasing, of course,
Yes.
but
Yeah,
it does
exactly.
also say something that no one wanted to run against you,
Yeah.
right? So there must be some satisfaction in your ward.
Yes, and I will continue to work hard, and hopefully another 2 years from now I'll have the same opportunity again.
Right.
I'm not having an appointment, but I'm going to continue working hard and answering those emails and phone calls, and continue to work on having more neighborhood meetings and one-on-ones to really get to know the neighbors, get to know the people, and to move Ward 4 and Gloucester forward.
What seems to be the big issues in your ward that folks are dealing with?
With the ward councilors, again, you have the no parking issues, you have the potholes, the street lights are out, and then, conserving Dogtown, which is a beautiful area, and, what can we do to improve that to make anything or neighbors are all safer? So things like that, those are the phone calls, the emails I get, and I always try to answer them and do that. You know, this is a lot different than 4 years ago when I sat up here and no one knew my name.
Right, and that was the Ward 3 race.
That was the Ward 3 race,
yeah,
correct.
Right. So how has it felt stepping into Val Gilman's shoes?
They're big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
You know, the major difference is, you know, I'm doing this at a very different time in my life where my children are still young. I work a full-time job, where she was a lot more availability to do a lot of the things. But I'm making the effort, making the time to try to do that, and rearranging our schedule with my wife and my kids just to make sure I'm able to be there for the constituents. So it's a lot of work, a lot of time, but it's something that I love doing, and I really do care for the city, and you know, hopefully the people in Ward 4 in Gloucester realize that.
Mm-hmm. Is it the job that you thought it was going to be when you first ran for ward councilor for Ward 3?
I had no idea what to expect. I didn't know what a ward councilor really did. I just know that I wanted to be there and help people.
Yeah.
But really, it really is turning something to be amazing. There is a lot of work. I think people don't realize how hard we work. You know, 20, 30 to 40 hours a week, depending on what the thing is. It's another full-time job.
Right.
But seeing the results on certain things, you know, Plum Cove, the street got paved there. Just seeing that area get paved is like, wow, I had a part of that to make it safer. So that's always nice to have. So that's a great accomplishment. That's what I like doing, what I do.
Yeah, again, really cool neighborhood issues, right?
Correct.
That matters. So, what are you looking forward to in the next 2 years? It seems like, so the big deal is it's just being able to answer people in a timely fashion, be there for them when they need you. I mean, is that what drives you to keep running for this position?
It does, and there's always something to learn. There's always something to do. You know, every day is different. Every meeting is different. So that's why there's always amendments, and there's always things that go to the law. And like, oh, I didn't know that. This is what I can do to help you, or unfortunately, this is why I can't do it, but let's see what else I can do. So there's always something I'm learning, whether it's a local or state law. There's always something that I'm learning, and I like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, Frankie, we appreciate you being here with us tonight and spending some time. We knew it was trouble. We were trying to get a candidate statement from you this time around, and we tried half a dozen times. We just kept missing each other.
Yeah,
you know. But luckily, you slid by anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been very hard. We've been, we've been dealing with a lot of health issues and injuries, so it's been hard to sort of manage that. But just happy to be here, and everyone's getting better. Well,
we hope everything works out. Do you want to say something to the folks in your ward about tonight?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for voting for me. I'm glad the turnout. I was happy to be able to hold signs today for majority of the day out there in the wind. I'm just happy it wasn't raining or that cold. But thank you. I will continue to work hard. I look forward to your support for not this and the next term. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
We'll see you at the open door.
Yes, we're very busy there.
All the time, too. Yes, you are. Unbelievable.
Yes.
So, congrats. It was great seeing you again.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure I'll see you on the street sooner than later, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night. Frank Marjota, Ward 4 Councilor, once again with a resounding 100%. It was a shutout in Ward 4.
Exactly.
In Ward 5 as well, while we're at it. Congrats to Sean Nolan.
Surprised he was concerned.
Heather, you want to talk about surprises? Do you want to talk surprises right now? All right, joining us right now is State Senate Minority Leader Bruce Tarr, our own Bruce Tarr. Bruce.
Good evening.
You're back at the desk with us.
It's an election night in Gloucester. 1623 is providing outstanding live coverage, and once again, I get to sit in this seat as we wrap up the broadcast.
Look at that. You really are.
We were anticipating this. We said when Bruce Tarr sits down with us, we know we can end the night.
I don't know if that's good or bad,
that's
Heather,
a good
but
thing.
thank you.
No, that's a good thing, that we wait for you.
Well, and you know what? You've all been doing such a good job tonight. I was complimenting the crew. There's such an array of talent out here producing this broadcast.
Right?
I said I felt like I was watching Monday Night Football with the assembly of talent that's over here.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
We're getting there. So, Bruce, do you have an initial reaction to the results tonight? Obviously, a changing of the guard, so to speak, but there were big names this year.
Well, there's no doubt. I think my first reaction is this was a very vigorous election. There was a lot of hard campaigning, a lot of intensity to this, and that is good for our community. And it reflects the fact that people still care very much about this community, the ones that were seeking election and the ones that were making the choices in the election, and that is very healthy. And my hope is that the kind of momentum, the kind of energy that we've seen tonight will carry forward throughout the term of this mayor, throughout the term of this council, to be able to work on some of the incredible challenges that we all have to work on together.
I wonder how the numbers were in other communities that had elections tonight, because I don't know if we have the voter turnout numbers yet, but it looks like this was definitely stronger than 2 years ago.
It definitely was, but to put it into perspective, in relative terms, it was stronger. But I think there's a message here that we still have a long way to go in terms of getting even more voter engagement. And I think the kind of races that we saw will help to contribute to that, because if folks see an active, meaningful conversation, hopefully they're going to want to join it. And there'll be time to build that over the next couple of years between now and the next election.
I was saying to Corey that I felt as if there were almost two different elections, because I was not on social media at all. I was just watching the forums and reading the Gloucester Times.
Sure.
And Corey was on social media. And I know you're concerned about newspapers and messaging and, in the community. And I felt like that was an issue, that Corey was getting a different race than I was seeing.
Sure. Well, you know that I think local journalism is really important. That's why I value so much what you all do, and why I value the local newspapers that we have, because they are kind of the glue that holds us together and keeps us all informed with accurate, consistent information. And the difficulty with social media is that once you depart from that standard of journalism, there's a very varied amount of content out there in terms of its accuracy and its tone and its substance. Exactly. And so, once again, I think the situation reinforces the importance of having local journalism. And it's a challenge right now for local journalism to survive and be sustainable.
Yeah. And young people are not getting any information at all, it seems. That's what one candidate, Sean McQueenie, was clear about that.
Well, we still face an enormous challenge in the state and in this country in terms of younger voters getting involved and participating. And you might say, on the one hand, social media is a good place to reach them, and it is. But on the other hand, we're still missing whatever that key ingredient is to get greater participation and greater turnout. And again, that's something I think we all have to work on, because if we want to pass this democracy on to the people who are going to follow us, we need to build that foundation, and we can't wait too long to do it.
Exactly.
So, Bruce, we're actually looking at our screen now. So the numbers were just over 8,200. So it was just under 8,000 2 years ago. So not great overall for those numbers. And I remember when we finally dug deep and saw, I think the turnout for 18 to 29-year-olds was 8% or so 2 years ago. So it's an issue that we just, I don't know if it's an issue of children learning civics at a younger age, or I don't know what's going to get more people to participate, because this stuff is so important. This is the stuff that affects your day-to-day life.
Absolutely. And, I will say, Corey, that there's a story coming out of the Harvard University Press very soon about what we did a number of years ago in the Senate and in the House to be able to re-energize civics education in Massachusetts. And it was a very bipartisan effort. I worked together with then Senate President Harley Chandler, and we put together a great bill which became a great law that hopefully is reinvigorating civics education in the state, because at the time we felt like it was starting to flag a little bit and we needed to do something to re-energize it. And one of the things that we put into that bill was a civics project requirement for middle schoolers, and that's being embraced in different ways in different communities. But it's something that we can never lose sight of, that one of the fundamental reasons we have public education in this country is to equip students to participate meaningfully in our democracy. And so there's still work to be done, but I'm pleased that we at least took that collective step not all that long ago. And again, there'll be some reporting coming out on that in the very near future.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, Heather and Bruce, is one of the big reasons why I love working with 16 and 23 and doing this is I think that the better the broadcast is, I think it can help spur some of that hyper-local democracy to just flourish a little more, because I think for a long time you look at public access cable and it looked like public access cable. One camera, distant microphone, can't hear anything in the background, no graphics, so that's like the big thing we're trying to do now is just up that ante and up the production value. I do think it makes a difference when a 5-year-old can look at her or his screen and have a better image or better sound or easier access and we're trying to help spoon feed information to a public, which is a difficult task in and of itself, right? It's a big hill to climb, but like we're dealing with a lot of people here who want to climb that hill and make this better for everybody.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, production values are important. They're important to attracting attention in the first place. They're important to holding viewer attention, and they're important to viewer engagement. So when folks see something that's professional, they want to be involved in it. They want to pay more attention. And one of the great things that makes us blessed to have both of you is that you are so good at reminding us about what is around us on Cape Ann, the people that came before us, what they built, the people that are here now, what they contribute. And news about elections and democracy is no different. You know, one of the lessons that emerges from tonight is we saw a group of people who ran for public office who gave it their all. And they had different visions for the community, but they all shared a desire for the community to be stronger and more prosperous. They want to make sure people can afford to live here. They want to make sure we're competitive as a community. And those common threads run through everybody that ran for office. And so that theme needs to be carried out even further. And running for office isn't for everybody, but participating in the democracy should be.
Yeah, we're in an on position too where we relay and don't report, you know? And so to me, we've reiterated this fact tonight that there are about 24,000 registered voters in Gloucester. 28 people ran for public office, right? So less than 1/10% of the city's population, just barely over 1/10% of registered voters who are actually running. So, and it's largely thankless work, right? And it takes you away from your family, your career often. So this isn't easy stuff. And it's trickier in this day and age of social media, AI, misinformation. So how do we address these issues? Well, first of all, how do we thank those who are putting that, taking that first step? It's a big step, and then how do we sort of like rejuvenate that fervor for a public office or participating?
So I would say, first of all, on a night like this, we tend to focus on winners and losers. We tend to look at the numbers and the percentages and who won and who lost, but we ought to be thanking everybody, because everyone that came out and ran made our city better and stronger. And we need to express our appreciation to all of them. And we need to make sure that people understand that because you didn't win an election doesn't mean you didn't make a difference. And that's an important message to get out there. I think also we need to make sure that we continue to work at having a civil environment, because it is an incredible sacrifice for someone to make. A lot of folks think that going to city council or being on the city council means one night a week, and that is not the truth. The fact is it's many nights a week, it's a lot of meetings with constituents, it's some that are formal and some that are informal, and if you're going to ask people to make that kind of sacrifice, the least you can do is make sure they're treated respectfully and civilly. And I think we all have a role to play in that, because there's too much temptation in social media out there right now for cynicism and negativity and turning disagreements into hatred. And we need to reverse that, and it will take all of us to be able to do it. And all of us can model that in our own lives and in our public service. And I hope that we'll continue to do that, because we need to push back against that atmosphere and that environment that discourages thoughtful, well-meaning people from getting involved.
It's really true. Thank you.
Bruce, do you see Gloucester working its way through these big issues, the affordable housing issue for one, dealing with the working waterfront, just to name two, but those big ones?
I do. One of the things that characterizes Gloucester is that we are a city of survivors. And to survive, you have to adapt and overcome. And we do have a lot of challenges. The extent to which we will succeed in meeting them depends on how much teamwork we have, how much collaboration. Doesn't mean that everybody has to agree, but it means everybody has to bring their best game to the table and then put it on the field in a respectful way. And if we can do that, there's no limit to what we can accomplish. But when you think about the big issues that we're facing, we've got a sewage treatment plant that's going to cost at least $200 million. And we have to find a way to finance that and make that happen. There's no turning back now, nor should there be. We have an obligation to the environment. This city depends on the fishing industry and it having a good marine environment. We need to go forward, but we need to make sure that as we build that new plant, number one, we do it in the most effective way possible and get the best treatment we can. But number two, we need to make sure we don't price people out of their homes. And that's going to be an enormous challenge. It isn't just about engineering. It isn't just about whether we can build the plant. We know technically we can, but it's about making sure that building that plant doesn't come at the cost of displacing people from our community. I think we can do that. Second, there's been a lot of discussion about affordable housing. It's one of the biggest issues, not only facing people on Cape Ann and in Gloucester, but all across the state. And really the key is to try to make sure that you have development that is affordable, that fits into the context of the community, and is sustainable. And that, by its very nature, takes a very involved conversation among all of the stakeholders. I think we can get there. We also need to continue to think about diversification for our economic base, because with the costs that we're facing, we can't have ever-increasing property taxes on residences. We need to think about how to diversify the economy and how to build that commercial base. I think we can do that. But all of it starts with having a team and having an atmosphere that allows people to put their best forward without fear of retaliation or counterproductivity. And that's the biggest challenge.
Fascinating. Well, Senator Tuck, we thank you for your time once again. It's great having you back at the desk. This feels like home.
It does.
Right? Exactly. Just like the old days.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
so.
it is.
And again, I want to thank you both, and it's always been good to be on the air with you, and I appreciate very much what you do, whether it be the Color of Light, again, which reminds us about the amazing people in our midst. Cape Ann Timeline is something that I watch regularly and multiple times of the same show sometimes, just to remember where we came from. Because when you understand the adversity that this community has overcome, the loss that it's overcome, and the innovation that it's produced for the whole world, then it makes you feel a whole lot better about the future. And both of you help us to remember those things.
Well, thank you, Bruce.
Thank you for
You've been a great friend of
noticing.
1623,
Yes.
too, so we appreciate it. Now, stay right there. Hey, guys, can we just cycle through the results one more time and we'll sign off here? Why don't we start off with Wards 5 and then 4, and we'll work our way up to Mayor. So one last time, because we want to thank all of those candidates who ran this year. Can we do that, or here we go. So, all right, Sean Nolan, once again, congratulations. 100%, no easy task. Until you, of course, meet Frankie Margiotta,
Frank Margiotta.
who did the same thing in Ward 4. Congratulations, Mr. Margiotta. On to Ward 3. And Marjorie Grace, a repeat win over Joe Orlando. Congratulations to Marjorie. And then Ward 2, Dylan Benson over Donald Jettis. Ward 1, Scott Memhard over Tracy O'Neill. Okay, that's fine. And then on to the school committee here. So newcomers Andrea Leakis and Heather Daigle join Melissa Tex-Frasera, who seems like being on the school committee forever now.
I know, yeah.
And joining them on the committee, Kathleen Clancy, Laura Wason, and Bill Melvin Jr., 3 incumbents.
We lose Jeremy McKean and Keith Minio.
And then Councilor at Large, Hannah Kimberly and Patty Page are new. They joined Jason Groh and Tony Gross. And spirited campaigns from Barnaby Prendergast and Sean McQueenie. I don't think we've heard the last from either of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then there you go, folks. The big news tonight, Paul Lundberg defeating Mayor Greg Verga, 57% to 42.5% or so, somewhere in there. There is that. So again, thanks to everybody who participated. There's the breakdown by ward and precinct. Lundberg won all precincts. So, and of course, you see that strong turnout in Ward 4 as well, but overall those numbers still a little quiet, right? Just over 8,000. But anyway, another transition of power is about to happen here at City Hall. It's a beautiful thing, right?
It is.
Sure is.
So.
It absolutely is. As we watch the government continue to evolve because people care to get involved.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you have it. All right, so we want to thank everyone who helped us with tonight's broadcast. Senator Bruce Starr, thank you as always. Heather, great job as usual.
Too, Corey.
I'm sure. Well, we're going to hang out after.
Yeah,
so
we are.
If you see us around town, I hope Ethan Foreman isn't around when we're out on the town.
Right, exactly.
I don't need that in the paper tomorrow. But, okay, we want to thank 1623 Studios and the staff from Streamography for helping putting this together. Everyone here at City Hall, starting with Grace Poirier, of course. was a huge help for the Voters Guide. Ethan Foreman, Val Gilman, Jeff Worthley, thanks for your service as well. Okay, that's it. That puts a bow on it. Thanks for watching live coverage of the 2025 Gloucester Municipal Election. For Heather Abwood, I'm Corey Kukru. Have a great night, and we will see you soon.
Well done,